Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, June 29th. It is 9:03 a.m. It is about 27 minutes into the opening bell, you guys. We're in the pre-market here right now. We're going live a little bit earlier today. We do got Jerome Powell. He's supposed to be speaking here. We're going to have that pulled up here shortly, you guys. But let me get into the description before we go any further. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. This is live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Welcome. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. So it looks like Jerome Powell, his meeting is about to start here. He's actually meeting with the European Central Bank and a whole bunch of others. I think it's starting right now currently. Let me see. A lot of people are live streaming this today. That's how important this coverage is here, you guys. It's going to move the market here a lot. He's meeting with top leaders in the world. I think it is live now. You got a lot of different briefings going on here, you guys. But we are in the pre-market. The market's not open yet. It's about to open here shortly. I'm gonna be quiet and we're gonna pull that Powell situation here early here today. He's basically just going to be giving us an inflation update. He's talking with the European bankers and two other type of banks, policymakers and stuff like that. So this is very important, you guys. Oh yeah, this is very important, you guys. Yeah, this is very important, and they're actually live. They just started 5 minutes ago, so let's tune in now. We're going to just have this pulled up for now, and then just pay attention to the charts and numbers and how the market is reacting to pre-market and how it will react into the open market, you guys. Good luck.
Yesterday, but that, of course, is not what makes this year so special and so unique. We're entering a new chapter for monetary policy, a divergence for almost 15 years of policy experimentation in an age really defined by stubbornly low inflation. Now, this year that has changed. As Claire was saying, our policy panel needs a little introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Jerome Powell is the chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve, Andrew Bailey, governor of the Bank of England, Agustin Carstens governed the Bank of Mexico before becoming general manager of the Bank for International Settlements, and of course our host, the president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde. Now, just a reminder, between them, these institutions hold nearly $20 trillion worth of assets on their balance sheet, and they've, of course, maintained ultra-low, even negative interest rates for the better part of a decade with little disruption. They now have the unenviable position of presiding over the great unwinding of policy that may have permanently changed the architecture of global markets. So thank you all for joining us. We're going to have, I'm sure, a robust discussion over the next 90 minutes. Mr. Carstens, let me start with you as a central bank of central banks. You know, central banks in general have faced really a succession of crises over the past years, but also some of the structural factors, such as the green transition, digitalization, and increased onshoring. So how different will the future of inflation be from now on? How different will it be from the last decade?
Well, I mean, a very important change that has taken place in the last, I would say, 2 decades, or even more. If, for example, we compare this period of inflation with the 70s, is that we have much stronger institutional monetary frameworks and institutional framework for central banks. And I think they're far better positioned to combat inflation. If we go back 70s, and 70s have become a natural reference, we were at the time where, for example, the Bretton Woods was failing. You don't have more, I would say, instability in a system when you are, for example, revising your exchange rate regimes. And that is not happening today. I think that the period of disinflation there established very strong basis to create new and more nimble, more agile, better prepared central banks. And I think, for example, the design of the ECB, our host here today, in a way incorporated many of those learnings. So, I mean, when you are in charge of combating inflation, what you need to be able to anticipate is that sometimes you will be surprised because there are many elements that affect inflation and that they are not directly under your control. And I think to a large extent, this is what we are seeing today. And I see a very, very strong ability of all central banks to analyze, to incorporate that information, and to react. For me, if you look very careful what is going on right now, in the last 2 years, we have seen dramatic changes in the environment. We went from having a situation where depression was felt, was feared, deflation was coming, to a very quick rebound with the vaccination and so on and so forth, and we moved tremendously quickly from an environment of fearing deflation to fearing inflation. And that has been compounded by the Russian crisis. I have to say, monetary policy, as nimble as it can be, cannot respond with that celerity. So I think that the knowledge of the new form of inflation is being learned and is being responded. So I'm very positive that this institutional framework and strength of central banks today will take us to the goal where we want to be relatively soon.
Chair Powell, do you agree? I mean, when you look at complexity and uncertainty, has it always been this way, but we forget about it? Or is this really a new frontier?
So I agree with everything Augustine said about institutional progress. But I would add this. We've lived through a period of disinflationary forces around the world. This is globalization, aging demographics, low productivity, technology enabling all of that. And that was, so we've been in that world where inflation was really not a problem in most of the advanced economies most of the time. Since the pandemic, we've been living in a world where the economy is being driven by very different forces, and we know that. What we don't know is whether we'll be going back to something that looks more like, or a little bit like, what we had before. We suspect that it'll be kind of a blend, but in the meantime, we've had a series of supply shocks. We've had very high inflation now across the world, certainly through all the advanced economies, and we're, to Augustine's point, we're learning to deal with it. Our job is to find price stability and maximum employment, in the case of the Fed, in this new economy with these new forces. And it is a very different exercise than the one that we've had for the last 25 years. Nonetheless, the goals are the same.
Yeah, so I don't know whether, Madame Lagarde, after this volatility, do we go back to something that resembles the last 10 years, or is it, something else completely?
I also agree with most of the points that Augustine made, and we don't have to agree between us because we always do. But I don't think that we're going to go back to that environment of low inflation. And I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we're facing now, that are going to change the picture and the landscape within which we operate. If I look at our euro area, for instance, we have record low unemployment. We have inflation expectations, however imprecise and with the pinch of salt that was discussed at the last panel, which was excellent, we have inflation expectations that are much, much higher than they were. That's for the internal matters. But if you look at the rest of the world, a lot of the movements that we've experienced in the last 20 years was predicated on globalization, on the breaking down of supply chains, on the reduction of cost, on the just on time. That has changed and will probably change continuously towards a system that we are not certain about at this point in time, which is much debated. Some would argue that globalization will continue in a different format. Some would argue that the place where you manufacture, the place from which you provide services is going to be determined by different factors than just cost. It will be about cost as usual, but it's also going to be about where do I locate my services, where do I employ people, where do I reduce my cost? And are those areas, geographical as well as
If you could have your own Walmart store making
or the providing of my services. And the third factor that is going to change the scene from my vantage point is the way in which we produce. And I think that the shift that we're observing in Europe, certainly, towards green transition is also going to change dramatically the way in which we operate. And all those forces are going to produce inflation, deflationary impact that are still to be measured, but in the short run, I have some ideas as to where it's heading.
And we'll get back to those ideas shortly. Governor Bailey, do you see this as a sea change for the longer term future?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think first of all we have to say that unquestionably, of course, our task is to return to low inflation. But I think, and we see this, every day, that in fulfilling that.
Hold on, you guys. We're having some technical difficulties here. It's not me. This is CNBC television. That's their platform buffering like this.
Already getting there. So I think COVID is leaving a structural legacy on labour markets and the way they behave, which we're already beginning to see. I mean, I think sadly the European security situation has changed. I mean, we hope it obviously doesn't persist, but it has changed, and that's affecting, as Christine was saying, that's affecting supply chains. It's affecting the resilience of the whole supply system. And you mentioned climate change, Francine. I mean, I always say that this is not, because some people sometimes say this is not some sort of dilettante activity by central banks. The reason that we're not really in the lead on it, clearly, but the reason we have to take it seriously is because it is affecting our world. And actually it will get worse. I mean, that's the sad fact of life. And we have to, in a sense, understand that and understand what effects it will have and how we respond to it. So these structural changes, are very important in our landscape.
So, Chair Powell, as these complexities or as these sands are shifting, is slower growth, much slower growth, an inevitable trade-off on trying to deal with inflation?
So I would say that if what we see, for example, is the redivision of the world into competing geopolitical and economic camps and a reversal of globalization, that certainly sounds like lower productivity and lower growth. And in many parts of this side of that, you see aging demographics, so a shrinking workforce, and you see economies that are growing more slowly and whose workforces are not expanding. So that's certainly a possible outcome. And I think probably to some extent a likely outcome.
And in the shorter term, can the economy, can the U.S. economy actually deal with, a possible onslaught of interest rate hikes?
So the U.S. economy is actually in pretty strong shape. So if you look back a year, the U.S. economy grew more than 5.5%. It was really the big reopening year. Mm-hmm. And so we had expected this year to be that growth would moderate to a more sustainable path. We also, of course, are raising interest rates, and the aim of that is to slow growth down so that supply will have a chance to catch up. We hope that growth can still remain positive. But if you look at the strength of the economy, households are in very strong financial shape. They've still got a lot of excess savings from forced saving from not being able to travel and things like that, and also from fiscal transfers. So households are overall, not every household, and not the ones at the lower end of the income spectrum, but overall in strong shape. The same thing is true of businesses. Very, very low rates of default and things like that. Lots of cash on the balance sheet. The labor market is tremendously strong, still averaging very, very high job growth per month. So overall, the U.S. economy is well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy, we think.
But is it automatically a trade-off between fighting inflation or taking care of the economy, and how far are you willing to go with interest rate hikes?
So I guess I'd say it this way: our aim is to have growth moderate. It's sort of a necessary adjustment that needs to happen, so that again supply can catch up. It could be supply of workers. It could be time for the supply chains to to improve. So the sense of that is that if we can get right now, supply and demand are really out of balance in many parts of the U.S. economy. Labor market being a big example of that. We need to get them better in balance so that inflation can come down. And that's the aim of what we're doing. Now, we don't have precision tools. Obviously, monetary policy, famously a blunt tool. That is our aim. That is our intention. We think that there are pathways for us to achieve that, to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market. We believe we can do that. That is our aim. There's no guarantee that we can do that. It's obviously something that's going to be quite challenging. And I would also say that the events of the last few months have made it significantly more challenging. Thinking there particularly of the war in Ukraine, which has added tremendously to inflationary pressures around food and energy commodities and agricultural chemicals and industrial chemicals and things like that. So it's gotten harder. The pathways have gotten narrower. Nonetheless, that is our aim, and we believe that there are pathways to achieve that.
President Lagarde, can you talk to us about this fine balancing act for Europe and what that means?
What I find extraordinary is that sort of 10, 15 minutes into this debate, we haven't really used the word energy. And certainly in this part of the world, the energy shock that we have suffered, are suffering, and probably will continue to suffer, has had a major impact. And I think this is not specific to Europe, but there is certainly a dependency of European countries, and the euro area is certainly a point in case, to external supply from foes. And that has had a major impact on prices. It is certainly a very driving force, a strong driving force of the inflation that we have experienced in the last few months. This has been, as you said, Jay, exacerbated by the war. And I think the proximity of Europe relative to the war scene has had probably a more significant impact on the price both of energy and of food, which are clearly very important components to take into account, including in inflation expectations, as was discussed earlier. But we also have, that then is a series of supply shocks that are hitting the European economy. But we also have this recovery that is very much underway. That is certainly driven by services because of the swing that we've observed from goods to services, and which is also supporting the economy. We have very low unemployment numbers, high employment participation. Some of it is more attributable to public service jobs than private sector, although that is also back to pre-pandemic moments. And we have a couple of other items, such as significant savings that are still to be used, hopefully, or not. And we have fiscal policy. And the fiscal policy that we are seeing at the moment is roughly in the range of 1% GDP. But, we need to see how fiscal authorities move, where they move, and we certainly hope that they will move in a targeted, temporary way in order to make sure that they support the most vulnerable and not in a broad and discriminated fashion as we have unfortunately observed so far.
And why do you prefer actually the more gradual approach? So yesterday you reiterated 25 basis
gradual
points hike.
For monetary policy?
For monetary policy.
Well, don't forget, I didn't say gradual full stop. I said gradual but optional. Yeah. And I think it's a combination of the two that actually matters for us. Moving gradually is certainly appropriate in times of very high uncertainty, but as the uncertainty will clear on various accounts, we will have to certainly be less gradual and give more way to optionality. But we have both of them in combination at the moment, optionalities being also a very critical aspect of our determination.
Mr. Carson, you've been pretty vocal actually on what central banks should do. Do you think they need to cut faster?
Well, I think everyone should react according to their own circumstances. What is very satisfactory at this stage is that pretty much all central banks have starting address the issues. I mean, one way of dealing with it is through words, to recognizing you have a problem, to saying that you will address it, and pretty much all have already entered into the field of action. So central banks have been acting in consequence. I have to say the level of interest rates worldwide have adjusted. The level of interest rates, if you look them from the yield curves, they have been increasing quite substantially. What we can say is that global financial conditions have tightened substantially, because we don't have to, we shouldn't forget that this in a way has become a global phenomena. I mean, inflation around the world has been increasing. Now, each country, as Christine and Andrew and Jay has been saying, each one face different dynamics of inflation. I mean, in a way, I think what is very, very important is that in the realm of their of their own economies, what they should try to do is at some point prevent a full transition from a low inflation environment to a high inflation environment where this high inflation gets entrenched. And for that, basically, you need to prevent these vicious cycles to kick in. And pretty much all of them are addressing it. In these vicious cycles, labor markets are very important, and labor markets are very different across the world. Therefore, I think that there is no one recipe or no one remedy for all. But what I'm seeing is that pretty much all central banks have been addressing the issue in a forceful, determined way according to their own circumstances.
Mr. Carson, does it mean that you would be in favor of, front-loading hikes, so that it's a powerful message, maybe to people, for a lot of the citizens?
Well, let me give you a good example, and to introduce a little bit of a different flavor here. I come from emerging markets, and if you see how emerging markets have been acting this time around compared to other periods of very high interest rate increases in advanced economies, or the expectations of fast increases in interest rates, they have acted quite well. I mean, if you see, the more recent episode was the temper tantrum, where many emerging markets suffered dramatically with the expectation of higher interest rates. My own country, Mexico, several of our crises have been associated with rapid increases in US interest rates, but we have learned our lesson. And so what you see is emerging markets traditionally were the ones who would increase interest rates at the very end. Now they started very early on. And what you can see is that they have managed to keep their exchange rates quite stable. Traditionally, in emerging markets, exchange rates was a very important source of inflation. So now they're still facing the sources of inflation from the commodity shocks, from energy, from world aggregate demand, but not the ones that could have been inflicted by the movement in the exchange rate. So there you see that different central banks can act at a different pace. For them, it really was critical to act forcefully and very, 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 very early on in the game. But that's not the circumstances you see around. So I mean, I would say that each central bank is playing its own game because it's different circumstances.
Governor Bailey, does the guidance from the BOE on moving forcefully actually open the door for 50 basis points?
Well, I think the way I would frame that, it very much goes back to what the others have been saying. And as Christine was saying, I mean, we are being hit by a very large national real income shock, which is coming from outside. There is uncertainty around two parts of that in terms of monetary policy. One is, of course, the eventual scale of it, because it's unfortunately still evolving. Secondly, the impact of it, precisely how it passes through into the economy and what the effects of it are. But the scale of the shock is very substantial, and in and of itself, it will have an effect, a big effect, because it will reduce domestic demand, and it will pass through into the labour market, and it will pass through into inflation. monetary policy has, of course, a very important role to play because it will act alongside that shock. And it's very important, as we said, and this is where we come to the language that we use, that it is there also to tackle the second round effects as they come through price setting and wage setting. So the message that we gave and was in the language of our last meeting, as you rightly said, was that if we see greater persistence of inflation, that's second round effects, then we will act more forcefully. And we will have to act more forcefully. Now, in terms of your precise question, what does that mean? Well, of course, I'm not going to say what it means at our next meeting because our next meeting is still a month away. A lot will happen between then. What I would say to you is that, of course, it leaves options on the table, and that's very deliberate. Very deliberate. I mean, I want people to take a message away from that. It's quite clear that as we respond to this shock, we want to have those options on the table for precisely the reason that Agustin has just said. There will be circumstances in which we will have to do more. We're not there yet in terms of the next meeting. We're still a month away, but that's on the table. But you shouldn't assume it's the only thing on the table. That's the key point.
But Governor, for you personally, would you be leaning towards 50 basis points?
No, because I'm going to see what happens in the next month. No. I'm afraid one thing that is omnipresent in our system is that we make policy meeting by meeting, and there's always another meeting. If you can only guarantee one thing in monetary policy, it is that there's another meeting.
Yeah. Is it actually annoying that markets or reporters always try and understand, some of this very personal thinking on interpretation, for example? Chair Jay Powell, I mean, I tried my luck with Governor Bailey, but how do we, how should we be thinking about this? Like, is it, markets or reporters trying to really always get just that nugget piece of news?
Yeah, well, certainly there's a lot of that going on, I would say. But no, I guess I would to put a more constructive spin on it. The markets and market participants are always wondering what we're going to do. They're always wondering what we're thinking. And when market moves happen, that's really a constructive thing. It's never going to be exactly what we're thinking, but nonetheless, it's constructive that the market in effect is doing your work for you if it correctly understands your reaction function. So that's maybe a more constructive way to.
And is it correctly understanding what you're saying right now?
So I would say, by and large, I think over since last fall when we pivoted to raise rates and get where we are now, since then markets have been pretty well aligned. I wouldn't bless any particular day, for example, but pretty well aligned with where we're going. And right now, the market pricing is pretty close to where the summary of economic projections from, 2 weeks ago was. So my colleagues and I wrote down numbers for the end of this year for our policy rate between 3 and 3.5%. And markets are broadly right in that space somewhere. And then for next year, between 3.5 and 4%. So broadly speaking, I think it's working. And, everything we say in terms of forward guidance, to your point, is always going to be conditional on the things that happen between now when you give the guidance and when the actual event happens. And sometimes markets can forget about the conditionality part.
But is there a problem actually with forward guidance in this kind of environment because it gets priced in straight away? So it feels sometimes like markets lead and central banks follow because of the forward guidance.
It doesn't really feel that way at all from where I'm sitting. It feels quite the opposite. And no, as I said, I think people will look back on this period and say that we were able to have financial conditions tighten quite substantially, and we've only had 3 meetings at which we raised rates. Nonetheless, the forward rate curve is pricing in, a rate path that looks a whole lot like the summary of economic projections that my colleagues and I submitted in June. So that's a good thing. That's the market understanding and finding credible what we're writing down. And of course, it's all highly conditional, but nonetheless, I'd say that's a positive thing.
Yeah. Do you agree, Madame Lagarde? Is it a positive?
Yeah. I would agree. From our vantage point, we are on a normalization path. We have signaled that very clearly. We've started that back in December, and the key assessment is the assessment of the medium-term outlook. The variables that we look at, the data that we look at, I think everyone is aware of that. And most people operate on the basis of the same data, the same information. And I think that our reaction function is what matters. And as long as that is understood, the fact that we are on this normalization path, that we are gradual but optional, that we're going to be data dependent, we've indicated very clearly what's likely to happen in July. Yes. What's likely to happen in September? Yes. And in the path that we are on, I think that markets have full understanding and appreciation of what we are doing, how we're doing it, and then the level of uncertainty as it clears will probably help us towards this optionality that I was describing earlier on.
Governor Bailey, do you agree actually with the market function so far? Have they broadly understood what the central bank's trying to do?
Yes, I think they have. I think the tricky thing that you see, certainly I would say we see, is that we can obviously see direct market pricing. We can have an implied market curve which prices in what we're going to do. We also, as you probably know, and we just started doing this recently, publish a market survey at the same time as the meetings, and that actually shows a lower path of rates. So we spend quite a bit of time understanding the difference between those two. I don't think it's actually hard to explain, because I think the underlying reason is that the market curve prices in the risk, and the risk is on the upside, and I would agree with that. So whereas the survey is a straightforward point to point number, the curve has got the risk in it. So I think for me the best way to look at that difference is the risk, but that is a risk in that sense. It's important to see that that perspective.
Yes, absolutely.
Not to get ahead of ourselves or to have to become big-headed about it, but there's a point that was made in a previous panel, which we all agreed over lunch, which is that it's not a science what we're doing. There's an element of art, and now whether you characterize it as art or not, but it is not just driven by sciences, and we know that models have had their shortfalls, particularly turning points. So there is also that element that is sort of privy to the deliberations that we have in our various governing councils and FOMCs and what have you.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I just add? We're talking a lot about markets and how we react to markets. Actually, to Christine's point, the way we're thinking about it is what policy setting do we need to put down to achieve the real economy goals that we're working on. That's what we're not thinking, well, let's try to match up with the markets. We're thinking, what's the right policy based on our the incoming data and the evolving outlook and all those things that will get us to 2% inflation while ideally keeping the labor market strong. So it's really, we're talking so much about markets. I wouldn't want people to think that that's actually what we're aiming for.
We still have an hour on the panel, so we have time. Is there a piece of the? I mean, do you worry about yield curve inversion though? Is there a piece of that makes you worry, or do you just
So I would say this: we monitor a broad range of financial conditions. Honestly, the shape of the yield curve is not a top line worry for right now. Our focus is very intensely on setting policy in order to get inflation down to 2%. That's what we're working on. We understand that that's our primary focus right now. The labor market, of course, is extremely tight in the United States. So our focus is getting inflation under control. It's very important that people understand how committed we are to doing that. And that again, that's what we're thinking about.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the real economy and inflation in a second. But Mr. Carstens, what do you make of some of the what we've seen in market volatility? Is it just a readjustment? Is it a misunderstanding? Is there something that could turn uglier?
Well, markets are responding also to the circumstances. I think as policymakers, to some extent, have been surprised because there has been news that really are news and that were very difficult to anticipate. Markets are doing the same. And we have to, you know this very well, markets are turning around very big positions. They're adjusting their portfolios. We are talking about a circumstance where for very, very long period of time, we had tailwinds in the bond markets. That we had very low and falling real rates of interest, falling nominal interest rates. So trading bonds was relatively simple. We had very big expectations for earnings into the future, a lot of interest in different sectors of the economy. Therefore, it was easy sailing for quite some time. But the world has changed. The world that investors are facing and the world that we are facing. And central banks need to do their work, not as an objective in itself, but as all these central bankers have been saying, to fix a problem, which is inflation, and then continue with a much better world moving forward. So there are certain circumstances in markets where frictions are bigger. Trading conditions are not always the same. I mean, you get circumstances of crowded trades because at some point the same type of investors are trying to do the same operation and liquidity is not necessarily there. Something that for me has been very positive is that central banks, the leading central banks, have been able to implement their money policy adjustments without really generating such big, any sort of market disruptions. Markets have been performing well, liquidity is there, market making is going forward. Yes, there has been some disruptions. I'm not talking about the cyber world, that's another fish, or how do you say it, another kettle of fish. But I think that the markets have been working really well. And yes, behind the actions of central bank, there is always the concern that markets should be working adequately, because you don't want to have financial instability. At the same time, you need markets working well for the transmission of monetary policy. And so far, I would say so good.
Yeah. But at what point, and I think that maybe the last point on markets is how much do central banks need to deal with markets, Mr. Carstens, to see, to I guess, impact the real economy?
That's for you.
Yeah.
How much do we deal with them? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you need to focus on markets to make sure that also the real economy is quite strong?
Well, I mean, we spend a lot of time analysing markets, and all of that is fed into what impact those changes have on the inflation outlook. I mean, that's why we do it. With the second objective, as Agustin rightly says, of course, about market stability, because after all, we've also got financial stability obligations and responsibilities. I mean, I think if I go back to the panel this morning very briefly, I think the point was rightly made that it's turning points that are the hardest. Often to read, and it's not just for us, it's for markets as well. And I think certainly when I look at the UK economy at the moment, it's very clear that the economy is now starting to slow. We are at something of a turning point in that respect. And I think the fact that, markets are having to take that on board, and that, the data can be quite choppy at that sort of point in time, is reflected in some of the short-run movements in markets. Now, I do think one of the essential things for central banks is to look through that short run. We have to extract the information and then look through it, because obviously our objectives are much further forward in that sense, in terms of low inflation and returning to target. But in terms of taking the information out of markets, it's a very important activity for us.
Chair Powell, Paul Krugman, I think on Friday, said that the number one risk to the U.S. economy is that the Fed could overdo it because inflation could come down as quickly as it went up. Is that really possible?
Well, we'd certainly welcome inflation coming down more quickly than expected, and we would take that into account in our policy. So as I mentioned earlier, we're very strongly committed to using our tools to get inflation to come down. The way to do that is to slow down growth, ideally keep it positive, and as I mentioned, supply and demand get back into balance. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. Is there a risk that we would go too far? Certainly, there's a risk. But I wouldn't agree that it's the biggest risk to the economy. I think that the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability. And it's to what Agustin was speaking to earlier. A low inflation environment or regime is what we've had. And that is one in which inflation is low and no one pays any attention to inflation, and that's called rational inattention, because it doesn't matter. When there's a big inflation spike. If it's going to go away, we would ignore it and sort of play through it, because it'll go away and it won't affect people's understanding. But to the extent there are a series of shocks, it does become rational for people to pay more and more attention. And I think the clock is kind of running on, how long will you remain in a low inflation regime where most of the changes in inflation are actually idiosyncratic as opposed to broadly across the macroeconomy. So the risk is that because of a multiplicity of shocks, you start to transition into a higher inflation regime. And our job is literally to prevent that from happening, and we will prevent that from happening. We will not allow a transition from a low inflation environment into a high inflation environment.
Is there a point where actually so inflation expectations get de-anchored? And is that...
That's another way of saying it or thinking about it. It's the same thing, same idea. And the thing is, you never really know. There's no way to know in real time. We all study inflation expectations very carefully. And if you look across the broad scope of short, medium, and long-term expectation, you'd still say that we have credibility, that they're well anchored. But there's a clock running here where we have high inflation running now for more than a year. And no one should assume it would be bad risk management to just assume that those longer term inflation expectations will remain anchored indefinitely in the face of persistent high inflation. So we're not doing that. As a risk management matter, we're working very hard on the part that we can affect, which is the demand side. We can't affect the supply side really, but we can affect the large parts of the U.S. economy where there's surplus demand, and that's really our focus.
Is there a data point that you watch for to actually see whether there is a de-anchoring, or where do you see it first? Basically, if it spirals.
The point is not to see it at all. We can't. Once we start seeing that, the cost of dealing with higher inflation goes up so much to the extent you find yourself in a higher inflation regime that you just can't allow it to happen. So if you're starting to see serious de-anchoring and we're not, of longer term inflation expectations, then you're behind. And I think right now we're doing what we need to do, which is to move expeditiously and into restrictive territory fairly quickly. I think that's what we need to be doing so that we don't find ourselves in that situation.
President Lagarde, what's the situation like in Europe? We had a pretty ugly CPI number from Spain this morning.
Yeah, numbers from Germany that are below what economists expected. So I think it's a question of waiting until the 1st of July when we have the consolidated number for the whole of the euro area, and we'll see, because we are data dependent. But just like Jay, our mission, our mandate, our job is to provide price stability, which we have defined as 2%. So we currently have inflation at forecast 6.8 for this year, moving down to 3.5 and 2.1 in 24. All of that is above target throughout the whole projection period, and we need to do what we have to do, which is to bring it back to 2%, and we shall do so. Now, of course, we are not exactly in the same situation as Augustin was saying. We need to look at our markets, we need to look at forces, we need to look at how the uncertainty that we have on the horizon is going to clear. And I think that in that respect, what happens on the energy front, what happens on the war front, unfortunately, what happens in relation to wage negotiations, and how inflation expectations continue to stay anchored as they have re-anchored, some of the elements that we will be looking at very carefully in the job that we have to do to bring inflation back to 2% over the medium term. That's the same determination.
Yeah, Governor Bailey?
Well, I agree. I mean, like Christine, I am concerned about how the war front and the energy supply front is going to evolve. I think that is the major risk. I think, by the way, we had an inflation number out last week, and what I thought is that on the surface, it was pretty much in line with what we expected. Underneath the surface, there was a sign that we saw a shift in the makeup of inflation from the goods supply shock to the energy and food shock, which I would sort of characterize as the post-COVID supply chain shock, moving more sadly into the Russia-Ukraine world. And obviously, we watch that very, very, very carefully as we go through the year. As we've said in our last monthly policy report, unfortunately, there is going to be a further step up in UK inflation later this year, because that's a product of the way the energy price cap and domestic energy prices are set based on the data that we've observed over the last few months, and we have to take that into account. But as Christine and Jay have said, the key for us is to bring inflation back down to target, and that's what we will do.
I mean, hindsight is a beautiful thing, I know, and I also know the ECB published a paper and saying, what you got wrong on inflation. But going forward, Mr. Carstens, how do we need to look at inflation differently? So, for example, in the US, and I'll ask the same to Chair Powell, the stimulus, did we miscalculate the impact this would have on inflation?
Can I just say one thing? I think it's a very healthy exercise to actually assess why you were off the mark. And if all of you actually do the same exercise, you will probably realize for most of you that actually energy was vastly underestimated, and that bottlenecks were also expected to clear much faster than everybody had expected. And I don't think the ECB is alone in that camp.
No.
We're the first one to have acknowledged it publicly, but I think it's a good exercise.
No, I mean, in the previous panel, for example, and if you look also into recent annual economic reports, you see that, for example, some very, very long-term held key components of the toolbox that we had to analyze inflation has not turned out to be so reliable. Like, for example, the traditional Phillips curve. That has been a workhorse for all of us. That, to some extent, kept, I would say, for some time, giving the indication that inflation could not rise that fast. We faced many limitations like that. I mean, I have to be very transparent. Last year, we tried to crank out some numbers of inflation, and we put them out there. And, here's one of the researchers that did the job, and he had a hard time cranking up higher numbers as much as he tried. And we had it at the end of the day wrong. And part of it, I mean, I'm not blaming it to him, it was my responsibility too. But that was the toolbox we had, Now we find that, there are many different hidden relationships or very key aspects about inflation expectations, expectation formations, situation in labor markets that can give you non-linearities, Therefore, we had a very nice model for normal circumstances, but as it has been said periodically here or in a reiterative fashion, turning points is what is very, very difficult. So we have entered into dynamics that are very different. So I think where there needs to be a lot of work and we started doing some of that job recently in the BIS, is to understand much better what is happening with inflation under the hood. Why some relative prices eventually become more contagious, to use that word, and start spreading around. Why some shocks are more perdurable than others. Why there are some prices that generate more spillovers. What determines the frequency of firms' revision of their prices, which certainly increases with inflation. The new technology that we have talked about, I mean, now we have Amazons and we have all these markets that probably were not there, certainly were not there when the CPIs were calculated a few years ago. So there is a lot of things that we need to catch up. So I think it's a challenge for us. I think as we are accumulating all this information, I'm sure also will give us, and is giving already, more leading indicators of what inflation is doing, and that will be very, very helpful to calibrate a response. So yes, I mean, I think inflation will evolve. The inflationary pressures we're facing today are very different than the ones we had in the 70s. And I'm sure that the bout of inflation we might see in some decades forward will be also very, very different. So we need to preserve that nimbleness analytically to approach, and also be very mindful that we need the right instruments. And another thing that has been very useful is that the different central banks have been able to adapt their instruments to do monetary policy according to the circumstances.
But does everybody on the panel think they understand inflation better now than they did 4 or 5 months ago? Because you could also have, again, going back to Krugman's point.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, certainly I believe that we understand it a little bit better, not fully.
Okay.
There is a sort of a big, I won't say black box, but certainly gray box, where I think in the profession of economists we need to do better. and that's understanding aggregate supply. We are, at least I myself consider myself an economist that I was trained under the dominance of aggregate demand. And we know a lot how to aggregate the demand responds to interest rates, how they respond to income, how monetary policy and fiscal policy has a transmission mechanism to aggregate demand. But we usually take aggregate supply as given. And it's very complex. It's very, very complex. And I think we need to understand far better aggregate supply. One confusion that is out there today, I think, is that the flexibility or the inelasticity of supply in the short term is there, but that doesn't necessarily makes it the same as a bottleneck. What is the difference? How impact that on inflation? So I think the understanding of aggregate supply that also includes labor markets is of the essence. So from the challenges we are taking forward, for me that is one that is very important.
I like the idea of a gray box.
In addition to aggregate sectorial supply, as we learned this morning with great interest, is also worth it.
Jane made the point earlier, and it's very important that we've had a series of supply shocks. This is the thing. I mean, the word transient has become discredited, but it isn't really in one sense, because that was built on a single supply shock idea. That supply shock can work its way through. The duration of that supply shock can often be shorter than the response of transmission response of monetary policy. Now, we've not been in that world. We've been in a world where we've had a series of supply shocks. I mean, I look at our shocks. Yes, we had an initial demand shock from COVID, but then we had a supply shock with the supply chain recovery problems. We've had obviously a very serious supply shock coming from energy and the war, and we've had a labour market shock in the UK because labour force has reduced in size. And it's, as Jay was saying, it's how you deal with a series of supply shocks, large supply shocks, with no air gap between them, which of course feeds through into expectations, because put them all together, they're not transitory in the traditional sense of the term.
Chair Powell?
One way to say it would be, I think we now understand better how little we understand about inflation.
That's not very reassuring.
No, honestly, this was unpredicted. I was looking at our at the time of our June meeting 1 year ago, of the 35 people who file with a survey of professional forecasters, 34 of them had inflation below 4% for last year. And of course, it was way above 4%. So really everyone had the same model, which was the Phillips curve model, and it just was not capable of producing high inflation. But what it was missing was something that's completely missing in the data for 40 years, which is basically a collapse of the supply side. Yeah. The U.S. economy is famously adaptable. It has the minimum of structural rigidities, all that kind of thing, and yet here they are. So what you had was very strong demand, but hitting effectively a vertical supply curve. So ordinarily, when people want to buy cars, which they really did because they didn't want to ride on public transportation, rates were low, they had all these savings, the car companies would make more cars, and they might raise prices too. In this case, they couldn't make as many cars. So what you got was straight up the vertical supply curve, a big price increase. But I also think, in principle at least, that process could work in reverse, so that as demand comes down, inflation could actually come down more quickly there are other relationships that people think about when they think about how do you get inflation down, which are more typical of a simply overheated economy and entrenched inflation, the sacrifice ratio and those kinds of things. But I think this could be, I don't know that it will be, but it could be different because it's just that process working in reverse potentially.
Do you see that process, President Lagarde, working in reverse? So actually, I know it's different because of the proximity to Russia.
What we're seeing at the moment is more this swing or substitution that was described earlier in the day, where, because of COVID, everybody suddenly decided to stop using any kind of services, particularly if there was social distancing about it, and move to goods. Hence the car industry in the US and, stationary bicycle rather than the fitness club. And now we are seeing this sort of substitution back to services where people who've been deprived of restaurants, hotels, transportation, theaters, and all the rest of it, that side of it is currently booming and is sustaining the recovery that is otherwise under the various series of shock that Andrew was alluding to. So How these things are going to evolve in view of the uncertainty that we have in front of us here in Europe is something that really remains to be seen.
But how difficult, President Lagarde, is it to, for example, model a gas embargo from Russia?
Well, it has proven. Look, it has proven extremely difficult, and as we have seen from the sort of misunderstanding or wrong assessment that we have seen in the last couple of years, that is difficult for sure. And the rest is for the moment more in the scenario planning world than in the remodeling of what's going to happen on gas prices.
Mr. Carstens, talking about emerging markets a little bit. So first, it's I don't know whether they're coming to their stride because they're used to the volatility, but there are huge implications, of course, of what the dollar is doing.
Yes, of course. I think at the end of the day, a very strong dollar implies for many of them very tight global financial conditions. And so far, again, as I mentioned, the exchange rate, the impact or pressure has been contained, but at the cost of very high rates. What is a little bit concerning, not that it couldn't be managed, but for some emerging markets, this is arriving at a time where there is high corporate debt and high sovereign debt. And therefore, some fiscal prudence is important at the time where emerging markets are facing still very severe challenges. Many of them haven't made as much progress with, for example, vaccination than in other countries. Also, for many of them, the impact of the increase in commodity prices, particularly in food and in energy, is very important. Usually commodities per se, foodstuffs and energy occupies a much larger proportion in their basket than in advanced economies. So that obviously reflects itself in more social need. And well, of course, many governments, according to their capacities, they are doing programs to assist people. So at the end of the day, they are on a tight situation. They have to manage things very prudently. I think if we compare this with other periods, emerging markets are better prepared. But I think that the challenges are there. I think a big challenge for many emerging markets, including I would say China, is how to get growth back at a much healthier pace. I think the growth in emerging markets has slowed down, not now, but even before the pandemic. To some extent, the virtues of globalization have sort of run out of steam, and therefore the relevance of structural reforms are very important. We need to look much better into how to get growth going independently of the use from fiscal and monetary policy. And to a large extent, that also applies to advanced economies.
Thank you. Governor Bailey, do you think inflation in the UK will be more elevated for longer than in other parts of the world?
Well, as Christina said, we are going to be affected by the shock that Christine described in terms of energy prices in Europe, because essentially it's a common shock in geographical Europe. I use that term carefully, because it's a single, particularly for gas, it's a single supply system. So although we don't actually import a large amount of gas from Russia, it doesn't, in a sense, the price is formed outside that particular. So in that sense, it was similar. I think where I would, as things stand, expect some more persistence in the headline rate is because we do have, as I mentioned earlier, this price capping system in domestic energy prices. At the moment, it's a 6-month cap, but there is a proposal to take it down to 3 months. But other things equal, you would imagine that would put a bit more persistence in. And we will, of course, have to explain that, because if we can observe a downward path of underlying inflation, we have to be very careful to explain that if that's how it emerges.
But does Brexit actually make bringing down inflation harder?
Well, Brexit, I should say, it's very hard at the moment, if not impossible, to separate out the immediate effects of Brexit and the immediate effects of COVID. So when I look at trade and when I look at labour market particularly, you can see effects taking place, but you can see that COVID and Brexit are having similar effects. And the reason I say that is because the Bank of England for some time now has had sort of a path of a Brexit effect in its projections, which said there would be a fall in trade intensity initially, and over a much longer period of time there would be an adjustment to that. And we haven't yet seen anything to vary that assumption.
Does the fall in sterling actually help with the economy?
Well, we don't target the exchange rate. Let's be clear. The exchange rate is one of many inputs to many influences on inflation, and that's the way I treat it.
So has it been a positive? I mean, we used to say that it was a positive if it was lower.
No, I don't sort of attribute positives and negatives. I'm not surprised, by the way, the path of sterling for the reason that, as I said earlier, I think the UK economy is probably weakening rather earlier and somewhat more than others. I think that's been somewhat evident now for a few months, and of course it is over the last few months it's happened. But I think I do in our system today we do not attribute good and bad to movements in the exchange rate. It's one of the many things that goes into the analysis process in terms of how we think about the evolution of inflation.
I was going to ask you about the dollar and whether that helps with price stability, dollar strength.
So, like Andrew, we don't have responsibility for the level of the dollar. That's the elected government's job. That's the Treasury Department's job. And so it's just another financial condition to us. And since our economy, the external sector in our economy is so much smaller than it is for the others here, it's not that important. But dollar has been strong, which would tend to be disinflationary, but only at the very margin.
I mean, I think what we're seeing these days are adjustments in exchange rates, but I think the way of thinking of those adjustments in most economies, including in emerging market economies, are part of the adjustment process. I mean, they are endogenous variables. For example, the dollar is stronger because the U.S. economy is stronger, because interest rates are higher, and also how the shocks that are around are affecting the different economies. So the fact that you have a very strong commodity price in Europe with gas and so on and so forth is very logical to think that the real exchange rate will depreciate. And that's part of the adjustment, So I think we're in a world where in most of the cases, exchange rates are part of the adjustment. In some cases, in particularly in emerging markets, it has more of an impact in the monetary policy management, is because the pass-through for moving of the exchange rate into prices is much higher than in advanced economies. So in advanced economies, it doesn't, unless there are huge swings, the impact on the trajectory of inflation is not that relevant.
Chair Powell, Mr. Carlson was talking about a gray box. What's your gray box? Is there something that you wish you knew that would help in setting monetary policy? Only one thing.
Yeah, no, I'd go back to the same thing really, which is what did we get wrong? And that really was looking at these supply side issues and believing that they would be resolved relatively quickly. And that by that I mean there were going to be vaccinations, everyone would get vaccinated, so the millions of people who dropped out of the labor force would come right back in, so wages wouldn't be under such pressure. That didn't happen for a range of reasons. It didn't happen. In addition, the bottlenecks and the shortages haven't been alleviated yet. And then on the back of that comes the new shock in the form of the war. But it wasn't something wrong with our models, because it wasn't in the models at all. It was a question of how to assess the persistence of these supply side shocks. And I do think that there'll be, to Augustine's point, and there is a lot of work going on to get smarter about the supply side. in the nature of it, though, it was a deep in the tail kind of a risk, and those are very hard to predict and assess it when they come.
Yeah. Because monetary policy is not an exact science, how often do you actually speak on the phone to exchange ideas? Do you call each other and say like, well, I've done it this way?
I can help out. I mean, because part of my job is to be able to attract them to Basel 2 times every 2 months to have very, very deep and open exchange of views.
We do tell them, but we're not going to tell them.
And you all show up.
You'll show up. We speak quite often.
Quite a lot, but you're not going to tell. President Lagarde, the ECB decided to apply flexibility to reinvestments from Friday, July the 1st. What will be the guideposts?
We decided. Look, I think if you allow, I'd like to just come back to why that is.
Yeah.
Because I think that this risk of fragmentation that is much talked about is something that is very inherent to the European construction.
Yeah.
And to the fact that we have 19, soon 20, but let's say 19 for the moment, member states that each have their respective fiscal policy, that each have their respective financial markets. And as a result of that, our unique monetary policy has to be transmitted throughout this imperfect market of ours, which has no fiscal union, no monetary union, no capital markets union. And as a result of that, we just have to make sure that our monetary policy stance is actually transmitted throughout the entire euro area. And the two of them, I think I used that word, I don't know if it exists in English, but they are consubstantial. For our stance to be effective, it has to be transmitted throughout, okay? So to do that, if we see that there are unwarranted disruption to that transmission, and if our stance is impaired as a result, we need to take action. And that is the reason we decided that we would use, as of, you're right, Friday, that's what I said yesterday, we would use the flexibility in the reinvestment of our pandemic emergency purchase program redemptions in order to address the potential risk of fragmentation. Second, we also decided, and it's work in progress, so I'm not going to comment upon it. I know that some would like to have details and understand before everybody else, and particularly before the Governing Council, what the details of that instrument will be, but we decided to reinforce our capacity to properly transmit our monetary policy by devising a new tool that will be considered by the Governing Council of the ECB on July the 21st. So don't waste your time asking me for details, criteria, conditions, safeguards. All I said is that it has to be effective, it has to be proportional, it has to include the right level of safeguards. And that's all I will say at this point.
Okay. How do you direct
and
staff?
it will be effective, and it will be proportional, and it will have safeguards, and it will be there, believe me.
So how do you direct staff? I'm going to try my luck one more time. How do you direct staff when they design this new tool?
I said what I had to
The
say.
lady is
Thank
not
you.
for turning is the famous way. How do you look at China, Mr. Carstens? How should we look at China at the moment?
Well, I mean, it is of the essence that things start improving more quickly in China. I mean, certainly we need the growth that has come from China.
Mm-hmm.
They play a very important role in the supply chains. I mean, many of the tensions we're seeing around the world could be mitigated by having higher growth rates around the world. I mean, part of the way we have started this conversation was trying to assess, or you wanting to hear our thoughts about how can we bring down inflation without affecting growth. If we have other sources of growth, that would make the whole adjustment process simpler. Now, what is one major engine of growth that has not been contributing as much as it could? I have to say China. No, they have problems that are well known. One that I hope that can be resolved soon is the one in the housing market. I mean, the housing market has been, or that sector, it's a very important contributor to growth. A lot of, certainly very much impact in the rest of the global economy, and it's a sector where the Chinese authorities have been working a lot, trying to bring it back to its foot, and hopefully they're close. But I mean, I would say at this stage, for their own sake, they're not growing as much as they certainly would like, and certainly they're not growing at the pace I would like them to see growth, because I think it would help us a lot in trying to solve some of the tensions we're living today.
Do you think we'll see, Chair Powell, more deglobalization, and how that will impact our economies going forward?
So there's certainly a threat of that, and this is not the work of the central banks, but I do think it would be a plus if we were to find a way to for China to take part diplomatically and economically according to a common set of rules, and that would be a big plus for global growth if we could get back on a path to that. But it's obviously that's the work of elected governments, not for break into these blocks again, and that would be a world of lower productivity and lower incomes over time. It doesn't have to happen that way. People are looking at shorter and more durable supply chains. It's not clear how much of that will happen, and if so, what would be the effects. That could be more secure, but perhaps not as efficient as the long but fragile supply chains that we've had. So I think it's a very important question, and there's certainly a risk that the benefits of globalization would be lost. But obviously there were benefits and there were costs to the advanced economy, certainly.
I mean, a question for all of you, and Chair Powell, I'll start with you. What have we learned about the last 10 years of monetary policy? Some of the tools that were used, be it QE or in other parts of the world, even negative rates.
So the last 10 years were so far the height of the disinflationary forces that we faced. And really, it goes back before the global financial crisis, but really since the global financial crisis, we had very low inflation. In the United States, we had 3.5% unemployment for a couple of years, or right in that range for a couple of years, and inflation didn't react at all. So we had that gave us the ability to really lean into the maximum employment mandate, and we did that. And I think that was the right thing to do in that world. That world seems to be gone now, at least for the time being. And we're living with, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're living with different forces now, and have to think about monetary policy in a very different way. So I think if you want to know the lessons to be learned of the last 10 years, look at our framework. Those were all based on a low inflation, environment that we had, and now we're in this new world where it's quite different, with higher inflation and many supply shocks and strong inflationary forces around the world. It's quite a different environment.
President Lagarde, how do you think we'll look at negative rates, first of all?
Well, I look at it in a similar way to Jay, and I think the last 10 years have been 10 years of heroic fight against disinflationary forces, with central banks demonstrating great agility to innovate and find sometimes alternative, accommodative ways of dealing with forces that have nothing to do with what we are experiencing now. So we're certainly learning from that period, but we are in a new environment, which also I think will force us to show agility and capacity to respond fast to data that we are receiving at an accelerated pace, and with a scene that is changing geopolitically as well as economically.
Mr. Custins, do you think...
But I don't want to sound too dark, because I think that there are also good things happening. I was reflecting on your comments, Jay, and think back, December 20, when we thought that this pandemic was going to hit us for the next 2 years, at least, until such time when vaccination would come to market. And vaccination came about in a matter of 9 months, as opposed to the 3 years that it normally takes. In the same way, everybody expected a couple of weeks ago that the Geneva Agreement of WTO would be a complete illusion, would never happen. Well, certain things happen when there is goodwill, agility, creativity. So I have great faith in human inventivity and talent, particularly when it includes women.
A lot of these problems are happening because the recovery and the expansion have been so much stronger than and faster than expected. If you look in the U.S. labor market as an example now, it's a very good time to be in the labor market. You can, there are 2 job openings effectively for every unemployed person. So people are switching jobs, they're getting pay increases. It's a terrific labor market. The problem is that wages are moving up in some areas that at levels that are not consistent over time with 2% inflation. So it's kind of overheated. Nonetheless, it's a byproduct of a very strong recovery.
Governor Bay, on pay increases, I mean, the UK is going through a bit of a bumpy ride with a lot of pay increases. How do you see that developing?
Well, of course, it's a reflection of the inflation world we're in at the moment. I mean, I'm on record as having said a few months ago that, and I'll be careful because I'll probably get it right and precise in terms of what I said, that I think very high pay increases, and particularly. And this applies to both pay increases and price setting by companies. If everybody tries to beat the inflation, and particularly the version we're having, which is this imported inflation shock, which we just we can't avoid, then it will set the second round effects off. And of course, yes, we are seeing some of that tension unfold. I would have to note that rather more people seem to be agreeing with me today than were doing several months ago. But that's not the point. I mean, the point is, yes, I think it was likely that we would see this, but I think I have to say the point about second round effects holds as much today as it did then. I mean, that's the risk, and that's why we will, set monetary policy, obviously, to offset those if they emerge to get back to target. We will have to do that, and that's I'm afraid, the thin code for saying the more they emerge, the higher rates will have to be.
But what sort of pay rises could be alarming for the Bank of England? Is anything above 2% inflationary?
Well, I don't think that's the right way to look at it, because obviously there's always a productivity angle to it in terms of how pay is set, and it's very important that I made a general comment about second round effects, but of course pay is set in a market, and that's important, and it must continue to be set in a market. So it's wrong to say across the economy this is the right number, because it isn't. Different cases and different situations. But I would just emphasize this point about second round effects, which is the crucial point for monetary policy.
Mr. Carstens, has there been an over-reliance actually on monetary policy in the last 10 years?
Well, I mean, I think even going a little bit further away, 2007, 2008, monetary policy needed to respond, to put it in a different way, lack of resilience in growth. And yes, to some extent, policies that traditionally are meant to support some fluctuations in the business cycle have probably been used a little bit more with probably in a more lasting way. And my sense is the role of fiscal and monetary policy to stabilize the business cycle into the future are hitting limits. In fiscal policy is obvious because there are issues of debt sustainability, or can be issues of debt sustainability. And well, now if we had a long period where monetary policy could have an impact on growth, because as Christine said, as Jay Powell and Andrew have said, we faced a very, I would say, specific period of time of very low inflation, and where monetary policy could make, if you had the instrument, why not use it, no? But I think what we should learn, and this is not only, I mean, at the end of the day, the economies do not depend only on monetary policy. At the end of the day, they depend on fiscal, monetary, but also many other real policies that are out there. And what we have seen is in the last 10, 20 years, it's a very unreliable process of economic growth in the world. Some, of course, have been distorted by issues like wars or pandemics, But even before, I mean, we don't have the resiliency in growth that we would like to see. And that puts at different points in time a lot of stress on fiscal and monetary policy. And at some point that has some impact. So I think, yes, monetary policy will have to adjust, will have to evolve. We are learning lessons. But I think where we need to work more is to understand growth and how can we promote it in a more reliable fashion.
Who doesn't agree with that on the panel? Does everybody?
It depends what kind of growth. And I really think that the determination of the Europeans to focus and encourage investment in the green growth is critically important. If we want to develop the economic potential of any economy, you have to go in that direction.
That's the part of reliability.
Yeah. And resilience.
Yeah.
If you don't. Yeah.
Okay. Governor Bailey and then Chair Powell.
Well, I was going to observe, I mean, a point I was going to come into on following what Jay and Christine were saying earlier about what we've learned from the last 10 years and then make a point on growth. I mean, one of the things we learned over that period was that the underlying interest rate, the sort of structural R-star, seems to have gone down for a long period of time, actually, certainly in the UK when we look at it. The question is, what do we learn? You know, these structural issues that we're facing today, what do they imply for it? I'm probably not in the same place as Charles Goodall because I think these trends are so long run, particularly on the sort of population side, on longevity side, that they have quite a long way to play out even on the basis of what we know today. So I think the underlying story will obviously move, but there's a lot that's sort of built into it already. Just on the shorter run point on growth, I mean, I think one of the puzzles which we're certainly looking at on that, though, if you take that sort of underlying story of the last decade, certainly in the UK economy, is why hasn't investment been greater? Because there's a gap opened up between the sort of the risk-free rate and the return earned in the risk-taking environment, and yet investment has been very subdued. Now, I think the other question we have to ask there, but are we capturing investment there? I mean, it's something we're looking at certainly, which is there just more investment of a non-traditional sort, which probably not wholly, but in part helps to explain that. But I think, I see that as an important issue to understand in terms of what we want to know going forwards, because there's no question that investment is, Christine was saying, in terms of climate change, is a big part of the picture going forward and how we solve some of these issues that we've been living with in terms of low investment and low productivity in our case as well.
Chair Powell, do you think we've been over-reliant, actually, on monetary policy, especially as the Fed?
Yes, I do. And I would just say, I think that in economic discussion generally, there's much too much focus on demand management and not enough on things that will make us grow at the maximum sustainable level, sustainable growth in the longer run. There's not enough focus on that. And that isn't the Fed's job. That's more the job of, again, elected governments. But I'd like to see more of that.
So how should governments be thinking about their economic policy going forward if monetary policy is not the only game in town?
You're asking me that?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of out of the business of giving advice to the fiscal authorities these days. So I would just say, I think when I get asked that by an elected representative, what I say is focus on investing in people and investing in things that will increase the productive capacity of the economy over time. That's what I say. And in terms of, I think what a central bank should do is stick to its knitting and do its job, and leave the major issues of the day to the elected representatives.
President Lagarde?
We have to stick to our knitting, that's for sure. But if we are asked for advice, we should give it. And I think that, to the extent that fiscal and monetaries have worked hand in hand during the pandemic and to good effect, I think we should also reflect on how fiscal can leverage what we do and how we can facilitate it. But we're not, this is no longer the same cooperation, hand-in-hand work that we used to do during the pandemic. And I would give the same advice. Invest in people, invest in green, be targeted and focused. And in the medium term, the fiscal space has to be made sustainable for all countries, certainly in the euro area.
Yeah, Mr. Carstens, what's the correct way of fiscal policy to help monetary?
Well, I would definitely add my voice to invest in people, but I would say more in different aspects that enhance the human capabilities. Very specific. Well, education is one. I think what we have learned with the pandemic is that health systems are extremely important, and I think to a large extent we have invested there. The other thing is that all digitation will imply technological advance will really impose very dramatic pressures in many countries, and I think to how to adapt ourselves to that is very important. Climate change, as Christine said, is of the essence in many parts of the world. Incorporating ladies, females into the labor force is very important, and investing more in them, I think it's also of the essence. In many parts of the world, law and order is very important.
Yeah.
And so I mean, there is the good and bad things is that there is a lot to be done, but there is a wide variety of areas where we can act, and I think it can make a difference relatively soon.
Governor Bailey?
Well, I mean, Jay's right. Independence goes both ways in our world, and we must respect that, and we do. I think there's a common interest, going back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, in understanding why the trend rate of growth has fallen, because it has, in our case, it has fallen. Now, I don't then, for a central bank, I'm not going to start prescribing what should be done about it, because I think in most cases that will be outside our remit. But obviously, we have a strong interest in the trend rate of growth. So understanding the trend rate of growth is an important thing, and it's something where we can collaborate in that sense, I think, perfectly happily.
It's 3:27, so we only have 3 minutes. And I mean, I'd like to ask you, just to close us off, Chair Powell, if you're speaking now to the American people to try and help them understand how long it will take for monetary policy to go back to something that resembles normalcy, what would you tell them?
I would say that we fully understand and appreciate how the pain people are going through dealing with higher inflation, that we have the tools to address that and the resolve to use them, and that we are committed to and will succeed in getting inflation down to 2%. The process is highly likely to involve some pain, but the worst pain would be from failing to address this high inflation and allowing it to become persistent.
President Lagarde?
Ditto.
Governor Bailey?
Oh, absolutely. I would just add one thing that is to Jay's point and Christine's point about understanding the pain. This form of inflation is even more painful for those on low incomes because it is concentrated in the essentials, in energy and food. And when you look at the consumption baskets of different groups of income groups in the population, sadly, it's those in the lowest income who are most concentrated in those things. And that is very difficult and something that obviously is very sad. But we have to do everything we can, because as Jay said, if we don't get it back to target, the consequences are worse.
All right, it's 3:30 p.m., so thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for a great panel. I'm going to ask the gentleman to follow me, and Madame Aguilar, you stay on stage.
All right.
Thank you, Francine, for doing so.
All right, I think they're going to continue here, but I think as far as the questioning about the economy and inflation and all that is done. So hopefully you guys understand what's going on, but I'm going to be quiet. They're still talking.
Point where high inflation becomes entrenched. The clock is clearly ticking, but for now, faith holds. And now to the final part of our event. The Sintra Forum has brought together some of this generation's most prominent policymakers and academics. It has also sought to nurture young talent to address the answers to challenges future generations will face. We now would like to award the prize, chosen by an expert panel, and you, for the best paper by some of the most promising young economists in the world.
So, we've just seen the 10 finalists of this year's Young Economist Prize. Actually, they're all there. This time we can see them in real life because they're not on screen as they were last year and the year before. So it's very, very nice to see you all, and you're very welcome in this room. Yeah, let's. So you came from all over the world to present your research here in Sintra, and our colleagues from the research department were overwhelmed by the number of high-quality papers that they received. You are the top 10, but there were many others that were submitted that were of top quality as well. So all submissions were rated for both their academic quality and their policy relevance for Europe, and 10 of them, you, were selected to go through the final round of voting. It is an important moment for the forum, so I would like to thank you very, very much, all of you who have voted for the respective papers and for having spent a bit of time in front of their posters when they explained to you what their research was about. I would like to express real gratitude to all members of the panel who have evaluated your papers. They are Hélène Ray, professor at the London Business School, Ricardo Reis, professor of the London School of Economics, and my ECB colleagues Philippe Hartmann, Isabelle van Steenkist, and Yvan Jacquard. Thank you so much for having spent this time and having taken such an interest in the work that they did. Well done. So don't be shy. I know it's a moving moment, but you have to come on stage now. So it's really, really good to see you in person, and you have in front of you, the best and the brightest in central banking, in academia, in macroeconomics, and they are intimidated because you will be much better than they are at the moment. So I know it's not a very pleasant moment for 9 of you, and it's a delightful moment for 1 of you, but I'm going to have to do it. But I took some consolation from the fact that I was told by a friend of mine and a couple of other colleagues that just the fact that you were shortlisted and amongst the 10th actually gave you a chance to receive a few phone calls from people interested in hiring you. So in and of itself, that might be a bit of a prize. But for this particular contest, I'm delighted to announce the winner of this year's Young Economist Prize, who will be awarded a 10,000 euros prize and this trophy, which is standing right there to my left. And the winner this year is Federico Cochen. Federico. So Federico, before I award you this, I just want to mention that you're a PhD student at the New York University. Your paper was on finance over the life cycle of firms. I have to say that Federico explained to me his research, and he gave me a great consolation this morning. You know what you feel like after some long hours and days. He explained to me that the older you are in the cycle, the more resilient you are. Fantastic message early in the morning. So thank you, Federico, in addition to everything else in your paper, which is far more important than the consolation that you gave me this morning. But so your paper highlights the importance of ensuring that young firms, which are more likely to face financial constraints, have access to external finance. Using European data and emphasizing the differences between countries, your paper shows that in times of great structural transformation, ensuring a steady flow of financing renders the process of firm entry and exit more efficient. So my warmest congratulations to you. Here is the trophy. Well done.
Thank you very much.
I will hold it for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Lagarde. This is really an honor and such a privilege for me. I also want to thank the members of the selection committee and all the members of the ECB which made this prize and this event possible. As well, I want to thank my fellow young economists. This has been really a privilege for me to be interacting and learning from you these days. Thank you very much. It's really such an honor. Thank you, President Lagarde.
Thank you. And can we give a big round of applause to the other 9 who have done a superb job? Terrific. You can just stay a little bit. It's nice to be up on stage. You have to get used to it. You'll do a lot of those things. So now it's the last moment. We all want to sort of let our hair down, enjoy a bit of outdoor activity maybe, or just rest, or keep looking at your emails and your messages, whichever you prefer. But it's time to wrap up, and I would like to really thank all of you for your participation, being in the audience, being so attentive. And I would like to address a particular thanks to the team of the ECB and those who have put in place this first, after 2 years, physical organization of this meeting. They've done a great job. The food was decent, wasn't it? And everything else in between. So to those who have organized it, really, thank you very, very much. And you'll be pleased to know that we've decided that next year, again, it will be in physical format. And we'll see after that how we measure the cost benefit and the value added by being together relative to increasing, obviously, our environmental footprint. But we'll certainly this year, yeah, Vitor, we have to do these things nowadays. We do. But next year we'll be together for the 10th. In the meantime, obviously, there is going to be a lot of work that will be done, a lot of research. We are obviously in a slightly different environment as the chair and president of central banks have tried to demonstrate, and as has been fantastically documented and discussed in the course of the very great panel discussions that we had in the last couple of days. To all panelists, to all those who contributed their papers and their thought and shared their brain power with all of us, and those who led the panel exercise, which is not always easy because it's tempting to actually get involved and speak up and say what you have on your mind, when in fact you have to just give way to those who have done the work. Thank you so much. We have a wonderful dinner that is offered by the National Central Bank of Portugal. We will see each other again, and we will see each other next year if you are so willing. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. So as you can see, man, it's getting I think everything sound fine. They didn't say really anything different here, so it kind of consolidated throughout that whole time period. You know, this is a good time, you know, this to just really just try to scout some things and, you know, just figure out what's up, what might be possibly next to come because they didn't really say anything too much different. You know, I remember the last time all these top leaders they met, it was probably like a couple months ago. They really tanked it. This time it consolidated throughout it. And you know, right now it's at a point where it's going up here, and it's breaking to the upside right now. So people are actually buying into investing into their own portfolios. It looks like. It's looking good here. Crypto's down though. Ethereum is down here. It's only $26. Bitcoin is still down right at the 20K level. So you know, just be cautious, you guys. Really, you know, just really, you know, be mindful of taking small wins as well because I mean anything's possible right now. The things can flip. You see the volatility is very serious here still. The VIX is actually in the green a little bit here, up about $28.39. So it's very volatile here. The market's in the green here, low greens though. The Dow's only up 11%. The SP 500 is only up 23%. The Nasdaq's only up 21%. You got the Russell 2000. They're down about 1.34%, and the VIX is only down about 0.4% here. So. It can really still go either way. I think people are just kind of trying to digest what was all just said. It was a lot. It was a lot being said right there. But that's probably going to be the most important thing today that just really happened, but that was possibly moving the market. So yeah, just keep that in mind. But yeah, Tesla's below 700. You guys, they're below support. So be cautious with Tesla right now. You know. Easily though, people love Tesla. They can just skyrocket it right back across 700. But it's below 700 right now, so just be very cautious and aware of what's going on. You know, it's back at 680 right now, so just like I said, be cautious and be aware of what's going on right now. Most stocks are below their support areas a little bit, but still don't mean they won't go back up, you guys. Just because they're below support, I mean they can obviously gain support because they're below it. So just keep that in mind, and you know, just trying to stay cautious and be positive and respectful at all times. But nothing really going on right now after that. So it'll probably be real chill the rest of the day, remainder of the day. I think we do got some Fed speakers here coming up. Let's see here. I think we do. Man. What a day. Already. That's some, let's see here. Oh, yeah, Shopify. They did reset their stock, you guys. Shopify's like, they're not down or anything like that. They had a stock split 10-1. If you would have bought one share, you were able to get you 10. Kind of like what Amazon did, basically what Amazon did, and basically what Google is going to be doing here shortly. And so just keep that in mind about that stock split stuff. But yeah, Shopify reset, you guys. I think they're trading they're trading now at about $33.65. So they reset a lot, you know. So yes, no more $1,000 Shopify, $1,200 Shopify for right now at least. But I mean, I think in the future it'll come back. You know, hopefully it'll come back to those levels one day. You know, that was exciting to even trade those levels when it was throughout 2020 and 2021. It was really exciting, man. But man, yeah, they really stepped in and reset the market. You know. They really stepped in and reshaped the market, and that's been happening since really the beginning of the year, man. They just really cracked down on certain names, and reset them, and basically it's a proof of point type thing. If you did it once, the government, the market, policymakers, they're like, hey, do it again. That's the point of your companies, right? You reset, you stock split. They're trying to look out for investors and shareholders and stuff like that. So just keep that in mind, man. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, Shopify reset their share price here. They're at $32, $33, man. It's crazy, 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 crazy. But yeah, nothing going on right now. Like I said, I think it is later on. That was the most anticipated thing today here. You see Powell 9:30. But I think we got Bullard. Bullard's going to have some comments here this evening around 1:05 p.m. That's probably the next thing to be anticipated, you guys. But other than that, it should be a very chill week, considering yeah, Q1 GDP, all of that data is out here. So yeah, considering that, Powell done spoke and Q1 GDP is out. The next thing to be anticipating right here is the core PCE price index and jobless claims. That's tomorrow. Personal spending tomorrow. ISM manufacturing PMI Friday. Vehicle sales on Friday. So we do still got more economic data coming up, you guys, to be anticipating here to make yourself and your portfolios profitable. So just be on the lookout for that news, and and just know it's going to have an effect on the market. That core PCE price index is very important tomorrow, along with the jobless claims. So, and personal spending. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with that. But the VIX is back up here in the green, up 35%, $28.43. So just be very cautious, man. It's very volatile right now, and it's really low. It's a low green day, so they kind of still credit spreading. Honestly, they've been doing this all week. It's been very maybe pushing out small gains here, but a gain is a gain. It's better than, as long as if you can make more than what you had than the day previously, hey, it doesn't matter if it's $1 or $5. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, you guys, just nothing going on right now. So everything's chill here after Powell has spoken and the top policymakers have spoken with him. But yeah, just keep that in mind. We're waiting on probably later on this evening, this afternoon, Mr. Bullard comments this afternoon. We do got earnings today. It looks like after the bell, it looks like we had earnings before the opening as well. Bed Bath & Beyond, they've reported. It looks like let's see, you can pull the earnings list up. It looks like these are some no names right here. SGH. I think the next big one, the next big earnings play this week is two companies that's going to stick out, and that's really tomorrow. Tomorrow before the open is Constellation Brands. That's going to be a very key one. You can look it up. That's really like all the, I think that's all liquor brands and stuff like that, or just drink brands and in general, Constellation Brands. You have to look into it yourself, but I'm just giving you an example of what they do. But yeah, it's going to be very important tomorrow before the opening bell. Then you got Micron Technology tomorrow after hours. That's going to be important. But that's pretty much it for earnings, man. Earnings season is wrapping up here. We're about to really reset on that earnings. July, you're going to have all these companies that reported. They're going to be reporting again, man. And it's going to get very serious when that happens. Very, very serious. So let's see here. Let's see. Pull this up, you guys. We'll get into what we're gonna do. We're doing things a little earlier here today. We got times may vary, so the schedule's changed for the summer. We're gonna be closing the live stream at probably about maybe 2:30 or 3 p.m. Definitely no later than 3 p.m. But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up. We won't be able to go till close today. The market closes at 4 p.m. So just because LCLD shut it down at 3 or 2:30 don't mean that you guys need to shut it down as well. But y'all need to just still pay attention to charts and numbers until 4 p.m. That's when the original market closed. This company, you know, we just times varying during the summertime, got other things going on. But usually we go over what the cover art means later on throughout the day. But since times are varying right now, we're just gonna go over it right now. So 12 assets that you can invest in, you guys. 12 assets that you can invest in. Remember, treat yourself as an asset, not a liability. And everybody can do this. That's why I try to tell people, man. Like, some people think, oh, it's only the rich people that can do that, or the people that live better than me, the people who got silver spoon fed. That's cap. That's all cap. That's all a myth. That's all cap. That's in your head. That's what your broke uncles told you. That's what your broke parents told you back in the day. That's what your broke siblings told you back in the day. Some of your school teachers lied to you. Everybody lied. They lied. They lied. Face it. Face reality. It's over with. Pick up some books. Do your research. And this is the truth here. Assets. 12 assets that you can invest in. Anybody. From a convict to a 4-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter who you are. The richest person in the world, the brokest person in the world. The homeless person can do this right now. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what category are you in life. It's about what you do with your life. So you're an asset. I'm telling you that now. These are 12 assets that you can invest in, and you're one of them. And, as you've been an asset, and these are 12 other assets that you can put your own money into. You get it? So stocks being one, and that's what we go over all the time. This is what this is. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Index funds that pertains into the stock market, That's the ETFs and stuff like that. That's the SPY I be watching all the time here. We got it pulled up right now. The SPY, you can invest into that. Triple Qs, all that. Index funds, you can invest into that, you guys. That's an asset. Crypto, you feel me? That's Bitcoin, Ethereum, all that. I'm pretty sure you heard of that. Real estate, you can invest into real estate. You can invest into bonds. You can invest into gold. You can invest into NFTs. You can invest into silver. You can invest into art. I mean, a lot of people probably know about the art, but yeah, you can really invest into that. People will buy art if they really feel the need to. Classic, you can invest into classic cars. You can invest into startups. I mean, like my business, for instance, LCAOD, you can invest into commodities. You feel me? Whatever. That's oil and gas, gold, all that together. So, this is just assets that you can invest into. You can put your money, your hard-earned money that you guys, you work in warehouses, you work in fast food restaurants, you work wherever you work, whatever you do, that personal money, you can take it, flip it legally, put it into stocks, index funds, cryptos, real estate, whatever, and make more. Now you become an asset. Now you become financial free. Rich Dad Poor Dad, he said, if you make 3,000, he said, if you make 3,000 and you got 2,700 in bills a month, you're financially free because you have $300 that you can do whatever you want with. You get what I'm saying? That's an example of financial freedom. So Rich Dad Poor Dad, man, y'all need to go look that up. But shout out to him, man. But that's just an example though. Like I said, it's an asset. You're an asset if you can, like I said, if you have 2,700 in bills, but you just made 3,000. That's $300 financially free that you have. You can do whatever you want with that $300. You can invest it. You can throw that back in the market and try to make that turn into 3,000. You know what I'm saying? Like financial freedom, you guys. Financial literacy is key too, you guys. Some of you guys, I understand. I was financial illiterate. I'm not even gonna cap to you guys. I didn't know about any of this stuff. Starting out here, like growing up, in my childhood, I didn't know about this stuff. I started to learn about this stuff probably about 7 years ago. But the first 3 years I wasn't really using. I wasn't using real money. I was just using, I only knew about one aspect of the stock market. I didn't know there was like two sides of it. I didn't know you could be a trader or an investor or both. You feel me? I didn't know all that. I just thought it was just one thing. But yeah, man, it's just like I said, the first 4 years I was paper trading. I didn't really have too much into it. I was just looking at it, basically just seeing how it worked, figuring out the math, and it's basic math here. It's just really 1 + 1, 2 + 2. If you pass 5th grade, you can do this basically. Even if you didn't pass 5th grade, someone that passed 5th grade can teach you basic math, I'm sure. So, but yeah, man, it's just like I said, the first 4 years I didn't really use real money. Now, the past 3 years I've been using real money, and some people say I'm an experienced trader, I'm an experienced investor, I'm a professional. Because I've been doing it for a while, and I'm in it for the long run. I'm going to continue to invest until the day, that I can't no more. So, it's just, that's just what it is, man. You guys, anybody can do this though. You feel me? Treat yourself as an asset, not a liability, and you'll be fine along the way, man. You'll be fine along the way. But like I said, do your own research. Like I said, I paper traded at first. I didn't use real money, but when I really started to use real money, I realized, like, dang, you can flip legally. Like, wow, this is better than a casino. This is better than a street hustle. This is better than, you feel me? This is better than playing cards at the table with your family. You know what I'm saying? This is better than selling candy. This is better than any type of side hustle. You feel me? Because this is for the long run, you guys. This is for eternity. This won't ever stop. This has been going on since 1900s, way before then. They just made it accessible to be hands-on. In the past, I'll say 5-6 years. You feel me? They created it, turned the market into apps, so people can do this from home. You don't got to go to Wall Street. You don't got to be in New York and go into the stock exchange, and you don't got to go to your local brokerage companies, you feel me, that's around. You don't gotta look in the newspaper, and you know what I'm saying. You got apps now. You can invest into assets on apps now on your phone. So just check it out, man. Check it out, and be sure to check out my website too, www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com, and it'll give you some more information on what brokerage apps that we invest with and we work with, and and like I said, you don't have to use the same one. There's more than one brokerage app. You can use a lot. We basically just use Robinhood, Webull, and we use Cash App too and all that. But whatever you feel comfortable with, whatever platform you feel comfortable with, it's all the same, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, man, that's just really what it is. Like I said, treat yourself as an asset. And those were 12 assets that you can invest in, you guys. So just keep that in mind. This is very key. Screenshot to take a picture. If not, catch the recap on the live stream. But, ladies and gentlemen, the market is getting mixed back up here. It looks like they are getting rejected at 381 on the SPY. That's resistance right there. So that means the SPY is not breaking above it, meaning there's not enough buyers to push through higher. Which is not looking good, because yesterday they was at 390 and they sold off $10, so they're back at right here at this level, 380, kind of in the middle credit spread. It can go either way still, but it's just not looking good right now. It's mixed up here. It's low mixed up. The NASDAQ just flipped red again, so we got a kangaroo market going on, you guys. So just be very cautious of what's going on and aware of what's going on. But we're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 11:01 a.m. The European market is about to close here at 11:30 a.m. And the United States will be in full control at that point. And we'll see what they want to do here with the markets at after 11:30 a.m., you guys. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I start a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blisters, souls, and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rockin'. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fuckin' these bitches that straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many racks that can't fit in my pocket. They straight up exotic. Fuckin' these bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little spade bitches, she callin' me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no sleep, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, if you ain't come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could've been worse. Capping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light on go, no, my nigga for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of their feds. You cool on the hood, check my pen. But 10 toes in when they stand on my bed. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Said he gon' do what they be. You know these niggas be fledged. You know that they fledged. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be fledged. You know that they nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra.
With another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy.
With another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. Yeah, when niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Stacking starving with my people. Had they go swipe me a visa. Fact I get Buffalo Reef. Bad bitches, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna be. Tryna get wet like a pump. Told them I'm rich, I can yes on my dog. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I love how you moan. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I ran to the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. And I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it. I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass back. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving it. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby.
One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go,
Alex,
nigga.
what you cooking?
just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. Run it up, keep on. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, letting money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride. Somebody pass me my lighter, man. It's a freestyle, it's up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that really high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, I ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' blow. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got depth. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
What right? This busy chase a bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. I don't know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rap home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
All right, man. All right, we back, man. We back. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you just now tuning in, we have been live since pre-market. And, man, the market mixed up, as you can see right here on the board. Yahoo Finance just going over some crypto stuff here. New report reveals major source of recent crypto chaos. Crypto has been chaotic, man. It's a lot of deep meaning behind crypto, so y'all be careful, man. If you want to know more, visit the website at www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. Reach out to the owner, and you can get settled and signed up and get you some information. LCLD also provides free consultation. We do paid consultation, whatever you're needing, This is not a point where, we're trying to take advantage of people. We just try to help people and give people opportunity at LCAOD. That's what it's all about. The SPY is coming down here. It's starting to sell off here. Tesla's down here about 27 now. Everybody is starting to sell here. If the Dow flips red, then the whole market will be red here. It looks bearish right now. The Nasdaq's down about 39% now. This is the lowest it's been today. The S&P 500 is down about 29%. 30% now. So, yeah, it's not looking really good here for the market here. It is starting to sell off. Maybe some people are smart money. They just digesting what was said. Excuse me. They're just digesting what was said, man. That's what it's really starting to look like right about now. But just be cautious, be careful, man. Things can change here. Volatility is a real thing there. You see the VIX is spiking back up here, but it's been down here a little bit, but it's still anything, as they say, the VIX above 20 is just high, 25 is higher, so it's at 28, so it's pretty intense high right now. You get it back above 30 here, you'll see more selling pressure on the stocks and the ETFs, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, man, it's not looking good for Tesla right now. They're down 27. They're below support here. It looks like they couldn't breach back to support at around 700. That's where their true support is at. They have resistance at 750 this week and last week. They couldn't break above that, so they just been selling, man. Everybody's been pulling back. Elon told you guys. He warned you guys, actually. He said he's laying his own people off. He's laying his own employees off. So I don't know what made y'all think that things could possibly change if people laying their own people off over there at Tesla, man. So just be mindful, be positive, be respectful. Things start to come together. They'll start to make sense eventually. If not, you just won't ever get it. You just won't ever get it. You'll just be stuck being an emotional trader. With LCOD, we like to teach, just keep your emotions out of it. Follow the direction. You know what I'm saying? If it's up, it's up. If it's down, it's down. If it's really not doing nothing, then you shouldn't do nothing. You feel me? Don't force anything. You feel me? There's always gonna be ways to get money out here. I just explained 12. So I just explained 12 ways to get money. If you check out the cover, click on this link. It's just telling you 12 ways to get money, 12 assets. You feel me? So just keep that in mind, man. When you watch the recap, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, man, this is the markets are completely red now. The Dow's in the red now. The Nasdaq's down about 50% now. They're still selling off. Looks like it might be trying to find a bottom here on the SPY here. This is the third bottom of the day on the SPY. It's triple bottom here. They like to call it here. This is about this. They called support here earlier this morning right here. It did about at 10:30 this morning right here, and now they're doing it again here at 11:25 a.m. and then it's going on to be Euro close. Euro close is approaching us, you guys, so that's going to be very important along with the market right now. It's really all we look forward to here. But man, shit is really fucked up out here, man. But when you fuck up, time fuck up, yeah. Now that's fucked up. But yeah, it's very chill here. I do see you guys. I see you guys' comments in the comment section. I'm reading it from my phone. I'm not really responding to you guys right now. But I see what's going on. I see what y'all talking about. Y'all just really having a conversation within. It's cool. You can do that. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, just talking about trader indicators and stuff. Just talking about charts. Some of you guys are pulling up graphs. Someone says small businesses are failing. People look for the mega corps to hold up the U.S. economy. Yeah, your small business is failing if you're not keeping a reliable capital coming in, or if you're just not investing correctly. Yeah, your small business is failing. Or if you're just spending too much money out of your small business, then yeah, it could possibly fail. It could be failing. Those are the only ways here. Now here, LCOD, my small businesses, we're not failing. We're actually succeeding throughout this bear market, and it's been a bear economy. We're not in a recession yet. There's some say we're not, nowhere near. Some say we're almost there. But some say we are in it. But we've been succeeding in this bear market this year, just because we've been disciplined and we just keeping our egos out of it and just following the basics. Following the basic rules. If it's like I said, if the market's up, it's up. If it's down, it's down. If it's not doing anything, don't do nothing. It's just that simple. Don't force anything. But I mean, we have been succeeding here. It's it ain't it ain't no extreme gains like back in 2020, but a gain is a gain. Like I said, if you have more than what you started with each day, that's success, you guys. So small businesses are failing if you're not doing those right things right there, what I just said. So not to be rude or anything, just being honest. Someone said, should I go long now? I wouldn't say go long now, not with the market being red and, it's really early. It's not even Euro close yet. It will be in 2 minutes, but I mean, I would say it's too early to say go long. I mean, the selling looks like it's not done. You feel me? It looks like the market topped out at resistance again. It's coming back down, and it's consolidating sideways here. So that means another move is definitely coming here. I wouldn't be going long quite yet here, but to each his own. If you feel the need to, I mean, you mean long for a quick moment, a quick scalp, then go for it. I mean, it did kind of just bottom out here right now for far as today, as is this current moment, but I wouldn't be, going long all in for or a couple weeks or months. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't think that would be safe. I don't even think the top people in the world going long right now. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely don't think it's time to go long just quite yet. But you'll know. Everybody will know. You'll have that moment where, it's just, oh, this is it. Long. Let's do it. So, but nah, right now, just not. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, the description. This ain't financial advice. I'm just being honest. This is just my opinion for real. This is a company's opinion. So, but to each his own. I'm not trading this pile of crap. Exactly. So you see what I'm saying? People say they're not trading it. Some people already know what's up. Some people already know what's up. With LCLD, man, because they've been profitable all year, so if they understand the Discord community, they get it. RICO charges for Joe Biden, breaking news. I don't know how true that is. Someone have to check news on that. I'm thinking that would have been across everybody's phone right now if that was true. I don't know how true that is. Could be a rumor. Somebody could just be playing right now. S&P 500 rises as stocks look to extend their rally from bear market lows. Dow rises Wednesday as Wall Street attempts to regain its footing. Yeah, that's headlines right now, but that right there, people be playing in the comments sometimes. I don't think RICO charges for Joe Biden. That's might be capped. I bet the Democrats do a better job of storming the Capitol. Not looking so good, is it? Long now, lose it all. Facts. Basically, what I was just saying. Long now, you might lose it all because it could keep selling. The market can keep falling down. You feel me? It can keep going down. Keep selling. We got riot experience. We know how to do hood rat stuff. You might be right on that one. He's talking about the Democrats do a better job of storming the Capitol. So yeah, you guys just chatting within, man. Just chatting within. But yeah, you see Ethereum is really in the red here. Down about $36. Bitcoin's down $245 at about 20,000 even. Really still chill right now. Ain't been no briefings. Ain't been nothing going on since Powell spoke this morning. I'm not seeing any other things that could be possibly moving the market. Not seeing no briefings, nothing going on. Let's check in with Fox News though. They usually have some stuff just to that they can only access. So let's see what they're talking about on Fox News. It could possibly have something moving the market. Let's see right here. Okay, combating gun violence in New York is live right now. We're going to tune into that.
No muss, no registration, no records, unquote.
The European market is closed to you guys. The United States is in full control here. It looks like they're buying it up here for right now currently, but I will give it about 25 minutes. You'll get your initial reaction what the United States want to do today.
Of individuals here in New York. Some ghost guns from these defendants have been linked to shootings and murders in New York City. In May 2020, distributor Bromnell's sold and shipped ghost gun products to a convicted criminal and repeat customer. Let me say that again. a convicted criminal and a repeat customer who was legally ineligible to own or operate a firearm. That same month, that customer allegedly used a ghost gun in a triple shooting that killed one person and injured two others in the Bronx. Another individual named Edison Cruz received at least 7 packages from Bram Nels, the defendant, at an address in the Bronx between 2020 and 2022. And we, in the Office of the Attorney General, have reason to believe that those packages included unfinished frames or receivers and or the parts to make into ghost guns. Mr. Cruz was not legally permitted to own a firearm. He was previously arrested multiple times on violent charges. In May of 2022, Mr. Cruz was arrested for a triple shooting in the Bronx that left one person dead and 2 others hospitalized. He used a ghost gun in that shooting. And in the words of the New York Post, Mr. Cruz was, quote unquote, a nut for illegal ghost guns, unquote, from the New York Post. There are also individuals who make their own business out of buying these kits, assembling them into operable ghost guns and then selling them to others. Law enforcement in Buffalo said that they sell for as much as $2,000 on the street. And these ghost gun parts only exist to be converted into operable, dangerous firearms. And these companies only exist to provide these weapons to individuals who are otherwise ineligible to own a gun, or who basically want to evade any sort of basic federal or state controls. And as we've seen, the consequences are absolutely dire, heartbreaking. And that's why we're here today. We're cracking down on these egregious and flagrant violations of the law where companies put profit over people. And for the first time, we are using the state's public nuisance law to sue these companies. These companies have advertised, they've sold, and they've shipped these ghost guns parts to New Yorkers. And these actions have clearly and repeatedly endangered the health and safety of our communities, creating a public nuisance. We are suing them under a law that is unique to the Office of Attorney General because they engaged in repeated and persistent illegal conduct, knowingly and repeatedly selling these pieces, tens of thousands of them, into New York State, even though it's illegal to do so. And we are bringing several other claims as well to officially ban these businesses, ban them from selling or shipping these illegal products to New York. We are seeking restitution and damages and disgorgement for widespread harm that they have caused. We would like to create an abatement fund, similar to what we did in our opioid litigation, an abatement fund to eliminate the public nuisance they are responsible for creating, exasperating, and perpetuating, and also to assist in addressing gun violence in New York State. Gun violence is impacting New Yorkers every day. It claims lives. And ghost guns don't discriminate, killing young, old, Black, white, Asian, Latino. It's an equal opportunity death weapon. Stealing opportunity, stealing dreams, ripping families apart, and causing widespread fear in New York State. And these companies have greatly contributed to the crisis. And their products have claimed many lives. And perhaps most disturbing, they are knowingly and intentionally selling these weapons to anyone and everyone without care. But we are committed to combating this violence, and we will continue to do so. And I will do so as the Attorney General of the great state of New York, and I will do everything in my power to go after those who endanger children, and senior citizens, and New Yorkers. We are here because a ghost gun stole the life of a beautiful 16-year-old girl, Angela Yambo, She was killed by a ghost gun in April when she was walking home from school. Her mother is here and you will hear from her shortly. But I want her to know that we are doing this in honor of her daughter. Isaiah was also shot in the leg. He's a 17-year-old honor student. And thankfully, he is still with us. His mom is here today, Raven Scott, and you will also hear from her. And the mayor and I and others all across the state of New York will continue to work tirelessly to go after these companies because of the pain they have caused so many families like theirs. We will not let another child be killed by these weapons without action. Not now, not ever. Thank you. And now we'd like to turn to Judge Sylvia Hines Radix, the head of Corporation Counsel in the City of New York.
Good morning, and thank you, Attorney General James, for that introduction. To Mayor Adams, to Attorney General James, to Commissioner Sewell, Sheriff Miranda, and the multi-governmental team who are here gathered, and to the mothers who have been impacted by this gun violence. And I also would like to thank the Manhattan Community College for allowing us to hold this press conference here today. New York City is experiencing an increasing number of illegal, untraceable ghost guns that have ended in the hands of criminals. The results are tragic. There's shooting and the death of children, and there's bloodshed in our communities. Multiple agencies and officials who are here are collaborating to eradicate this problem. You've seen and will see the hardworking, meticulous efforts of the NYPD, the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and the Office of the Attorney General, all of whom are working closely with us. Today, the state announced its effort to address the issue statewide. The City of New York is also addressing this issue with a civil suit of its own to protect New York City. The Office of the Corporation Counsel, my office, today filed a civil lawsuit against 5 online retailers of ghost guns who continue to sell into New York City more than 2 years after the City Council passed a law prohibiting such sale. These defendants are violating the city's administrative code with their deliveries of these guns. They are knowingly or recklessly creating and contributing to what is known in legal terms as a public nuisance. This nuisance comes about by selling and shipping prohibited guns into the city. These retailers have created a serious risk to New Yorkers and other members of the public by continuing to sell into our city. And this information from the Sheriff's Office, who investigated this, indicates that this is continuing. As Corporation Counsel of the City of New York, I am exercising the authority explicitly given to me under the New York State General Business Law to sue and remedy the danger these defendants are posing to the public's health and safety. This lawsuit is targeting the retailers who are currently selling in the city to residents of the City of New York, and we will ask the court for an order to immediately bar them from this illegal practice. We will also ask the court to direct these sellers to help us mitigate the damages and the danger they have caused by providing a list of the addresses of those who have received ghost guns. Be assured, the City of New York will use every legal tool available to hold these retailers fully accountable under the law. The city seeks relief in joining each defendant from selling, shipping, distributing, delivering, or otherwise supplying unserialized, unfinished frames or receivers to a New York City address or person or entity that the defendant knows or should have known is in violation of our law. Ordering each defendant to abate the nuisance. Ghost guns endanger lives. Ghost guns are killing our children, and they're killing innocent people. The mayor, the city council, the attorney general, the sheriff's office, and the police department, and the district attorneys, in conjunction with the corporation council, are all committed to working diligently and collaboratively to protect the citizens of this great city. I will now introduce Sheriff Anthony Miranda.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking the mayor, the attorney general, and judge. Thank you for introducing me. We want to thank all of our partners, especially the New York City Police Department and the Law Department. Working in collaboration with our fellow law enforcement colleagues, the Sheriff's Bureau of Criminal Investigation investigated an online sales into New York of ghost gun components needed to complete ghost gun assembly. The components included unfinished frames, also referred to as 80% framers and receivers, and other parts which do not have numbers and are untraceable. All illegal weapons are a danger. Ghost guns are particularly dangerous because they are untraceable and unable to have a follow-up investigation. By simply going online, using a credit card, officers were able to purchase ghost gun components and have them shipped into New York City. Officers used fictitious IDs, fake bank accounts, Manhattan, and mailing address. The investigation was conducted over 2 months, starting from April to present, and will be ongoing. Undercover officers contacted 18 retailers for ghost gun components. Some retailers complied, were compliant with the law, and others simply said they were out of stock. No inventory was available to send to New York. Officers received parts from 5 retailers consisting of all the components necessary to assemble a firearm. One weapon was had a threaded barrel, commonly used for suppression devices, and that's this weapon right here. No legitimate reason to have a threaded barrel in front of a gun except to put a suppressor on that. 3 came with high-capacity magazines, 17, 24, and 32 rounds. These are meant to do damage. These are meant to hurt our community. The weapons were fully assembled with common household tools in about 90 minutes and was successfully fired at the range. An undercover investigator was not required to produce identification, no proof of age, and no background check whatsoever. The website selling these dangerous components touted how fun it would be to build a custom AR in the comfort and privacy of your own home, inviting buyers to assemble their own firearms for personal use with nothing simpler than handheld tools. The sheriff's office assembled these kits fully functioning guns. Similar components are easily used to assemble semi-automatic assault weapons. Ghost guns sold into New York City have ended up in the hands of convicted felons, other prohibited and unlicensed possessors, as well as underage children. The Sheriff's Office will continue to conduct the investigations going forward in partnership with all the agencies you see here. It is important that we are working collaboratively and collectively to ensure that we cover all aspects of the law to prevent these guns from coming into New York City and harming our families and harming our communities. It is a great pleasure to be a part of this partnership that's taking the safety of our city as the most important priority over agency titles, and the cooperation is unheard of, and we're looking forward to continuing that going forward. On that note, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce one of our major partners in this fight, the Police Commissioner, Commissioner Sewell.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for being here. The New York City Police Department is proud to stand with our law enforcement partners today as we tackle together this increasing problem. The rise of ghost guns is a disease, or what the mayor rightly called a plague, that we must stop. This is about reducing the number of victims and making certain we don't hamper the vital efforts of our law enforcement professionals who are saving lives with their work. Flooding our communities with these new, largely untraceable firearms makes the job of the NYPD and police departments everywhere much more dangerous. And it will result in more grieving families and more innocent victims senselessly taken, like 16-year-old Anjali Yambo, or injured, like Isaiah. The proliferation of illegal guns in general has long been a public safety threat, and now it has a new face. Ghost guns have no serial numbers, and owners mainly possess them with no registration, license, or permit. NYPD gun arrests are at a 28-year high, but we cannot take anything for granted. We need to protect and prevent additional victims. The NYPD seized the city's first ghost gun in 2018. In that year, the total recovered was 17. In 2019, it was 50. By 2020, the number increased to 150. Last year, it was 275. And in just the first half of this year, the NYPD has recovered 180 ghost guns, a more than 181% increase from the 64 ghost gun seizures by this time last year. The problem is obvious, and the dangers to the people of New York are clear. I want to thank the New York City Sheriff's Office for their important and valuable work in this investigation, the Attorney General and the Corporate Counsel for their leadership in holding the online retailers accountable. Collectively, our job is to keep New Yorkers safe, and we will do everything possible to keep that promise. We make that promise every day to the people we serve. What we do matters. What we do has to save lives and keep New Yorkers safe. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Commissioner. And I really want to thank the sheriff for using his office in the manner that we want to have that partnership and take an initiative in that 2-month investigation. We want to now bring on the parents of young Anjali and young man, Isaiah, a young child that was shot. We'd like to both bring them together. Out of the death of young Anjali, I believe we born the life of a friendship and a pursuit of how we are turning pain into purpose. It's just really significant. You expect your baby to go to school and bring home A's on a report card. You don't expect for police officers to knock on your door and report that they were shot by a stray shooting. It's just really hurtful. And the commissioner and I, as we moved across the city and visit the parents who are experiencing this horrific attack on our public safety, that we want to know that, let them know that we're here for them, and we're going to continue our pursuit.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. I'm Raven Scott. I'm Yaneli Henriquez. I'm Anjali's mom. On Friday, the 8th of April, around 1:45 p.m., my 16-year-old daughter, Anjali Yambo, life was taken by a single bullet by a ghost gun that your company manufactured as she was heading home after leaving school. Anjali unfairly left this world without saying I love you or goodbye to the loved ones. I still have yet to deal with the loss of my daughter, and my shattered heart will never heal. and also having to live with her memory. Your company are to blame for selling these guns that took my precious daughter's life, only to profit your gain. Angelique brought so much light and love into my life, and now forcefully I have to start a new life without my daughter. The family is lost for words and heartbroken. I had to live with that affliction forever. Your companies are at fault for the damage because of this lack of background checks, having no permits for no one purchase a gun or for unethical access of underage teenagers. I desperately wish I could turn back the hand of time to bring my daughter, Angelique, back to tell her how much I love her, embrace her, spend time, but that's unrealistic. I will have to pretend to have Angelique physically here with me until we reunite again. I love you, baby. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We want to thank our congressional delegation for passing some important gun reform as it dams one of the river, but we have many more to go. So we want to bring on Congressman Jerry Nadler. Congressman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am proud to stand here today in support of this important lawsuit. Ghost guns are guns, plain and simple, and they are quickly becoming the weapon of choice for violent criminals and gun traffickers. That's because you can buy these deadly weapons without a background check, and they're nearly impossible to trace. The manufacturers who make these ghost guns, knowing full well that they are likely to lead to bloodshed in our communities, must be held accountable. A few weeks ago, I was proud to pass through the House of Representatives comprehensive gun safety legislation that I introduced called the Protecting Our Kids Act. Among other things, the bill included a provision to ensure that ghost guns are subject to all existing federal firearms regulations. Although the Senate bill that President Biden just signed into law was far more modest, and it still represented the most significant gun safety legislation to be enacted in decades. But we cannot stop there. We have watched the tragic loss of too many innocent lives. Just recently, we lost 10 African Americans in Buffalo targeted because of their race, 19 young students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, just a few days short of their summer vacations, scores more lost in other mass shootings, too numerous to mention, and over 100 more Americans killed every day in gun violence that never makes the headlines. And I must say that the bill that passed the Senate, unlike the bill that passed the House, did nothing about ghost guns. We have an epidemic of gun violence in this country, and we are the only developed nation with this problem. It's not, as some of our Republican colleagues say, because our population is the most mentally ill. It's not because our schools need better doors. It's because our nation is awash in guns. Too many of them in the hands of people who pose a threat to our streets, to our schools, even to our houses of worship. And where do you go if you want to do harm, but you can't legally purchase a gun? You get a ghost gun, of course. No background check, no regulations, just a kit you can put together in your living room that's virtually untraceable if used in a crime. The people who make these ghost guns know full well that they're selling deadly weapons to people who cannot legally buy them elsewhere, but they won't let that stand in the way of profit. That's unacceptable. With an out-of-control Supreme Court that has mangled the meaning of the Second Amendment and prevented states like New York from enacting reasonable gun safety measures, I'm pleased that New York City is taking action today to keep our streets safe with this important lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Our final speaker is Nick Saplina from Everytown for Gun Safety. We want to thank them for their work for so many years addressing this issue and continue to partner with lawmakers and organizations. Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Nick Saplina. I'm Senior Vice President for Law and Policy at Everytown for Gun Safety. We're the nation's largest gun violence prevention organization. We work across the country in every state. But I am a New Yorker, raising 2 kids here, My family's lived in the 5 boroughs for over 100 years. So when New York leaders like the mayor and the attorney general and some of the public servants you see here today are taking bold action to keep us safe, I feel a personal debt of gratitude. So thank you. I also want to thank the survivors that are here today and working through their trauma to deliver a message that I think is very clearly received. We're here today because of one simple general premise. You shouldn't be allowed to get away with breaking the law just because you sell guns or gun kits. That's why New York last year passed its landmark industry accountability law, because for far too long, federal immunity has allowed members of the gun industry to get away with putting our lives in danger through their reckless business practices. Instead of following the law, they've tried to circumvent it, putting their profits over our public safety every step of the way. Today's lawsuit reaffirmed that basic principle, that selling guns doesn't earn you a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not anymore. As a result of the alleged actions of these suppliers, tens of thousands of untraceable ghost guns made their way into our communities, often directly into the hands of traffickers and criminals. This is adding to the fastest growing gun safety threat in the country, and their dangerous conduct put lives at risk. We won't stand for it, not anymore. Now, let me just say one thing about ghost guns. You all know at this point what they are. The industry likes to say that they're homemade to try to avoid the law. When you go pick up a pie at your local supermarket and heat it up for 15 minutes, maybe throw some vanilla ice cream on top of it, that's not a homemade apple pie, okay? You wouldn't call it a homemade apple pie, would you? And when you order these frames and receivers and kits online with jigs and drill bits, it's not a homemade firearm. It's a firearm delivered to your door. These lawsuits are more, though, than just actions against several ghost gun companies. They serve as a warning to other rogue distributors, manufacturers, and dealers. Continue to flout the law, continue to ignore the practices that will keep us safe, and New York is ready to take you to court for the harm you cause to our communities. I want to note the obvious, as it's been said. We're gathered here in the wake of an incredibly dangerous and incorrect Supreme Court decision in NYSERPA v. Bruen. But we are New Yorkers. We're not going to allow 6 unelected justices to stop us from keeping our neighborhoods safe. That court may have closed a door, but you better believe we're going to use every other door and window we can find, and holding the industry accountable to the New York nuisance law is one of them. So today, Attorney General James and Mayor Adams are taking rogue members of the gun industry to task for their contribution to our gun violence epidemic. Tomorrow, lawmakers in Albany will convene a special session to debate and pass updated laws to keep our public spaces safe. And in the coming days and weeks and months, we'll continue to do everything we can to protect our communities, use every tool at our disposal, and hold accountable the industry that is profiting off of our gun violence epidemic. Thank you. Turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Open questions, any of the attorneys on topics?
Courtney? These lawsuits are obviously coming with the backdrop of the legislature special session and the framework that they had put out saying,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. You see, they're talking about combating gun violence in New York and how deep and serious it really is. You got the culture. They done stepped up. They tired of it. They getting in there and they trying to let mugs know like this is going insane. First, it was a thing where it could have possibly been controlled. Never saying it was gonna get controlled, but you feel me? He's gonna be combating it basically. But now it's just out of hand. It's OD. So, man, be positive and respectful about that, because, it is what it is, you feel me? So, you don't want to, talk too much deep on that, you Jimmy. But, man, market, it ain't doing nothing right now. You would have thought they would have gave its move here in the past, European market been closed for 30 minutes. So just, patience is now is going to have to kick into your mindset, because if you ain't got that, then you ain't going to get nothing. So just really just chill out at this point. You feel me? It's a lot going on. Obviously, they ain't even thinking about money right now. So it's credit spreading, you guys, and it's really just chilling out and just playing both sides here until we can really get an initial move here. We got a mixed up bag here. You see the Dow's only up 17%. The S&P 500 is down 13%. The Nasdaq's up 15%. Oh, excuse me, down 15. Everybody, you feel me? Russell 2000, they leading the way down 1.52. The VIX, they up 1.38, $28.75. So that VIX being up like that, that's what got the market mixed in. It's a slow red here, but it's really a kangaroo market when it's mixed like this. That's what they like to call it. It's basically just swiping through VWAP, which is the middle, and the white lines here over here on these charts here, you guys. It's just going back and forth. So really slowly here, but like I said, initial move is coming. Just be mindful of that. Here at LCLD, we can see it a little bit ahead of time. So when you can do it like that, you really got to have patience because, you can really do it. You can buy too fast and you don't want to get caught up in that whirlwind. It's not worth it right now, but the move is coming, you guys, for sure. You can tell it's just really just consolidating. Zoom out, look at the chart, zoom out. You'll see what I'm saying. You'll know that move is coming. But anyway, man, the market is mixed up here. We got a kangaroo market going on basically pretty much so far. And, it's probably going to be like that the remainder of the day. Powell already spoke with the top policymakers this morning. So this day is pretty much, kind of priced in here. But, like I said, another move coming here. It might start to sell off here, possibly to the bottom here, to the lows of the day, 378 on the spot, or it probably might just sit where it's at right now currently, or more than likely is going to try to retest that high today at 382.42 on the spot, you guys. So just be mindful of that. That will happen here. But it's really approaching Wall Street lunch break, man. LCLD, we're going to take lunch too, man. We're going to take lunch here. And, we're just going to pay attention to the charts and numbers. Looks like Yahoo Finance, they taking lunch. When they say previous recorded, they at lunch. They gone. They don't got time. And like I said, man, guess we can finish out this combat and gun violence because this kind of do got the market on standstill. But, it's pertaining towards the market. It is. And be positive and respectful, you guys. But we'll play this until it's over with. And then we'll just play some music and see the charts and numbers, you guys, during lunch. But Wall Street usually be back at about 1 p.m. for their lunch. LCLD will be back at 1 p.m. Let's tune back in.
Lawsuits against these ghost gun retailers aggressively. If you have the ability to do so, will you be tracking down and going after the New York residents actually purchasing these illegal firearms?
The individuals who are actually purchasing the firearms. That is part of the actions that the New York City Police Department they have been doing. They have been going after those who actually have the ghost guns in their possessions. Because remember, they're illegal. They're not legal. And we have been identified and we have confiscated and made arrests in those who have actually possessed these illegal firearms.
Able to track down these people based off of the way that they are purchasing through companies instead of just criminal acts, just for the possession.
Is your question that the mere fact that they are possessing these illegal guns, that's illegal. It's a gun, and so it's a crime, criminal possession of a firearm.
Going after these people, are you tracking down these people who are purchasing these ghost guns?
Yes. Anyone that illegally possesses a firearm, we are identifying and tracking down.
Two questions. What percentage of the guns, I saw 12% used in crimes are ghost guns. And the second thing, these ghost gun retailers obviously know you're after them. They have countdowns on their website saying, in addition to what's going on with your lawsuit, but the ATF's ghost gun rule takes effect in 55 days, 7 hours. So basically, get your purchases in now. They've got countdowns on their websites. What do you say to that? What is that ATF ghost gun rule?
So as it stands now, I won't speak to the ATF rule, but as it stands now, we're obviously concerned about that delay, right? Because it is a bit of a countdown. So our objective is to get as many off the street as humanly possible. We have a significant number of investigations that involve ghost guns. It's a little difficult to say how many are unaccounted for, obviously, at this time. It's very difficult to say so, but we endeavor to take every single one off the street. But the countdown concerns us, and if it's a get all you can before it runs out, we're going to try to address that as we go along as well.
So the ATF has issued a new regulation clarifying that the terms frame and receiver as used shall include basically ghost guns. The statute, as interpreted by the ATF, includes unfinished frames and receivers. It goes into effect in August, which is why you have a countdown clock. And that's why we are seeking a immediate restraining order against these companies.
As the commissioner of the greatest police office in the world, what does it mean to your members? Increased amount of illegal guns on the street. What does it mean to your members?
My members are placed in danger having to investigate these crimes, these purchases. It means that we have to be diligent, we have to be vigilant, we have to be alert, but we have to work a lot harder. And we intend to. We work with our partners to make sure we go after these people who willingly use them against someone else and people who purchase them with malintent, obviously. Every single day, the members of the NYPD show up to make this city safe. We are experiencing our 10th, or going into our 11th week of a decline in shootings, a decline in murders, but we cannot take our foot off the gas at any time. We are working every single day to drive crime down, drive these numbers down, and get these guns off the street.
Just a question on, I guess, responsibility and jurisdiction. Why was it the sheriff's office or department that handled the probe into this, not the police department? Can someone clarify, like, who gets what in terms of attacking this issue?
Well, what we are asking every agency to do is to closely examine what rules, what authority you have, and to utilize it to focus on those crises that we are experiencing in the city. So this administration is using the full scope of all of our powers. The sheriff understood that they had a role in this area, partnering with the NYPD that's dealing with other parts of ghost guns. They utilize their full scope, and they're going to be doing more things. You're going to see every agency no longer falls into this myopic view. I am charging every agency to look at every authority, every power you have to go after the problems that we're facing in the city. And that's what this sheriff has done. In just a 2-month investigation, we have actions because of that.
Hi, so you're saying you're suing for restitution and damages. Will any of that money go to the families who've lost their children to ghost guns?
The AG has done an amazing job around even the opioid recovery to solve the problem. I think that if the law or the rules or the settlement allows us to do so, we should figure out how we can make family members whole in some way. That's not within my power authority to do so, but we're always looking at how do we go back to those victims and how do we make those victims whole. Unfortunately, those victims, the numbers are growing increasingly every day. But I don't have an objection to that, but that will be part of the settlement agreement.
Is there a dollar figure attached to, or range attached to, either how much the settlement could, or how much the lawsuit could result in as far as damages?
So let me just be clear. There's 2 lawsuits. There's one from the city and there's one from the state. The state seeks to establish this abatement fund, and there is no amount of dollars that we are attaching to our claim for relief. We're seeking disgorgement of all of the profits that these 10 companies have been able to generate. And once we can determine the amount, that amount will be put in an abatement fund to address gun violence in the state of New York.
I just wanted to run by both of you the comment I just got from one of the parties in this lawsuit, Indie Guns, the one based in Orlando. They say that this is a politically motivated effort to vilify a small business that has not violated federal, state, or municipal law. So I wanted to see if I could get a response to that notion that this is to score political points here.
We'll see them in court.
Well said. Yes, yes. Okay, we're gonna free y'all up from the off topic. Thank you. Good job, well done. Let's take a few off topic from Michael.
I was wondering if you could talk about yesterday's election. In general, moderates did well, progressive not as well. It's been framed that there's a bit of a proxy war between yourself and AOC. What do you attribute the results to as far as like voter sentiment? What's going on here? Why do people vote the way they do?
As you know, it's always enticing to have, the good guy, the villain, what have you. Nothing I do is about one particular lawmaker. I think Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I have similar blue-collar roots. And she is not in my sights. I do not think about what her philosophy of opinions are. It's about solving the problems. We both want the same problems solved. We may question the routes to doing so, but we both want the same problem solved. And as I stated yesterday, when I was at the governor's announcement, victory in the primary, that it is time for us to come together, focus on those areas we agree on. And so I think that many New Yorkers, poll after poll, New Yorkers state they want to be safe. They state they support their police department. They state they want affordable housing, like what we're doing with NYCHA and other things. They state they want their children educated. And those who won spoke to the desires of New Yorkers throughout the entire state. And when you look at the race and the outcome, clearly it is in alignment of what I've been saying for a long time.
How do you respond to those who say that members of your administration pressured and threatened voters in Borough Park into supporting Penny Ringgold for district leader?
How do you threaten and voters?
And threatened voters in Borough Park into supporting Ringgold for district leader. How do you respond to this?
Well, clearly, whomever said that can't be a New Yorker, because New York you cannot intimidate and threaten. Voters are going to vote. They can care less of intimidation. We don't intimidate voters. We state what our vision is, and I believe Penny Ringgold had a clear vision for our city, and he shared it with the voters. It's almost impossible to walk around with every voter and say, we're going to threaten and intimidate you. That is not the process. The process is you put your best message out to voters, and voters decide on who they want to elect. And that's what happened there. And I'm excited that he was able to win the race because Borough Park is an important part of the city.
Mr. Mayor, on congestion pricing, the MTA just announced that they have gotten their ducks in a row, essentially. Their questions are answered to the federal government. I wanted to see if I could get a sense from you what you'd like to see from the program, if there are any exemptions that you would like to see come forth. How do you anticipate this shaping up as the MTA puts the program together?
I'm still looking at it. I know we are participating. I spoke with Deputy Mayor Amir Joshi. We have been really collaborating with the MTA, but we do need exemptions. We can't have the city tax if a fire truck goes through, if a New York City bus goes through. So we need to, the devil is in the details. We need to be clear that there should be a level of exemptions that we should put in place, that we're not overburdening New Yorkers for using our streets. I mean, these are New York City streets. And so we should not have us double tax. And we're looking at that now as part of our conversation.
You only want city-owned vehicles, essentially, or other groups you're looking at to have an exemption as well?
I think there's some other exemptions. I think those are low-income New Yorkers that must use vehicles. Let's say if you have to go to chemo treatment at a certain hospital, we should take that into consideration. And so it shouldn't be just a blanket, we're not exempting anyone, and it can't be just city vehicles. I'm open to a real conversation and hear from those who must use vehicles. It's different from it being a luxury and then a necessity. And there are some cases that I believe it is a necessity, and I'm open to that conversation.
Hello, Mayor. With the oversaturation of opioid treatment centers in Harlem and the negative effects of it, people nodding in the streets, how can you engage better with the community to decide when new centers are open? Because it's been a practice where some centers, like on the east side, they just popped up. There was no community engagement, and we're having our children walking past people nodding, shooting up the drugs that they're getting from the centers. So how can we work collectively to kind of change that tide?
Thank you for that. When I was running during the campaign after the primary, I went to Harlem and I met with a group of residents that they were concerned about 125th Street. We did a walk around. They were dead on. You saw an overproliferation of people just hanging out, loitering. There was a problem. We were dropping people off from Randall's Island right at 2nd Avenue. And we had a meeting. The police commissioner and I met with Congressman Espaillat and other community leaders and stated, how could we do an initiative on 125th Street? I was up there yesterday or 2 days ago, and I saw the difference right away. We put a command center there. We did a collaboration of different agencies to not allow people just to loiter in that fashion. Now, what's interesting is that there were some electeds up there that stated they did not want the police enforcement. There were those who said they did. And so what we said to the electeds, you must get together and then come up and be part of the plan. Let us know what you want. Because what we're finding over and over again, those who are representing the area must craft a plan that they all both live with. Because if we initiate through our agencies actions and you have electeds pushing back on us, that's not a productive relationship.
That's what I was asking, if you could be at the table, because you're right. Some electeds, they don't want the criminalization of the issue. But just like the people left from 125th, if you happen to just ride through 124th Street now, all of that business has moved to 124th Street now. So it has to be a collective, and you're so personable and amicable. Seriously, this is not to, to be able, because some elected officials, they may not want criminalization, like most of us don't, but then if you don't want that, what can we do collectively when you don't live on 125th, 124th? So it's easy to say what you don't want when you're living further up where you're not dealing with all of that craziness.
Well said. I didn't know that it was displaced to 124th, so I'll head up to Harlem and take a look at it and see what's going on. Okay, we'll take a look at it because we want to make sure that we pivot and shift to address the problem. And you're right that we cannot oversaturate one community with the safe injection sites. We do know these safe injection sites do produce a good product about preventing ODs. We're thinking about a different way of doing them. I have spoke with Deputy Mayor William Isom, and we're trying to pivot and shift of a new model. And I don't want to put it out there until we know if it can be done legally. But there's some laws that are preventing us from doing some of the things we want to do differently.
Last question. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that Rudolph Giuliani should be investigated for falsely reporting a crime. Do you still think that, and is there an investigation into the former mayor?
What happened, think about what happened here. I don't know if many people really understand what happened here. The former mayor made several serious allegations. It was reported. He was videoed saying things that happened. Those things did not happen. Because of his report to the police department, a person went to jail for 24 hours. I don't know if people know what it's like being in jail when you did not commit a crime. You never get over that. This person's life has been changed because of what, as all of us saw, the pat on the back was not a punch to the head. It was not knocking someone to the ground. And I believe, just as we've done in other cases where Karen incident happened in Central Park and other incidents, I believe the DA should look at that and determine what the final outcome is.
Fully arrested.
Well, the DA must determine that. I am not the district attorney. The district attorney must make that determination. I just don't want to see innocent New Yorkers spend time in jail. Jail is not something we should use against innocent New Yorkers. Thank you.
One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches.
Evolve your business with.
I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips duct taped together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn guns. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? Got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bitches. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some bust, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap. tryna bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you crack me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right. Right. Right.
Of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm in disbelief. start from again, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, the shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Blessings, I chose. Yeah, I've been worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this littlest. The part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some, yeah. And I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother, niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll a leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brothers, still watching my crew. Roll me this wood, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Rockets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slow with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting
Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' hate and be mad. If he cross in the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah, 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 yo. I say, yeah, 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 yo.
That's right. That's right. This nigga, that's facts. Get money, get rich, still living. Gotta do it every day, just to get it. Get the money, that is, you ain't miss. Warriors, you didn't, never again. Get money every day, just to live. Get money every day, just to live. Get money every day, stay bitch. Get money every day, so stay real. Stay real, stay away from that fuck shit. Cause I got set up and guess what? It was by a damn bitch. And I'd never go back or reminisce, but I always talk about it. So thank again. Cause I could've been dead. Bitch tried to kill me, real shit. I ain't tryna die, I told her that shit. I said, bitch, I'ma put my hands up and get out real quick. She said, nah, I said, you tripping? Hopped out, they had 9 steps on me, really. Then I got to the ground. And now I see the whole town. Cause I'm in the back, in handcuffs. And this shit stressful, this shit fucked up. Now I'ma get out, I'ma get back home. I'ma make it through the thunderstorm. Niggas got pistols and they warm. They'll hit you up, microwave on. We don't give a shit about nothing. We just want paper, fuck friends. We want money, fuck friends. I want money, fuck ends. I don't give a fuck about shit, but damn bitch. They try to play me, cause it can't happen no more. If it do, I turn that bitch to a ghost. I turn that bitch to a roach. Bitch is a bug. She do the most. I don't give a fuck about no hoe. I be counting on my dough. Nigga ballin' like my dough. I don't give a fuck no more. Yeah, I always been a pro since I was 4. I always been a pro since I was 4. Now my niggas real professional. All they NFL, yeah. But we giving back. Get to the keys. Lead by example. Lead by your lid. If it's wrong, forgive. Forgive for your sinning. And that's just hate say winning. And that's just hate say winning. These niggas pretending. These niggas chickens. These niggas bitches. That's why I'm fucking they bitches. Turning up, counting these digits, getting my money. Some say we did it. I say, yeah, I did it. Yeah, now I gotta pay for what I did. Yeah, I'ma catch up my need. Y'all niggas keep on doing y'all shit. Y'all niggas keep on turning up limp. Y'all niggas keep on whamming and being rich. Get it. Get it.
I'd probably take her.
I be tryna stay on my own grind. I be tryna stay on my own time. I be doing me, my demise. Can't get caught up in the vine. I be tryna stay up on my grind. Cause it's all about the time. If you stay to the time, you will always stay up on your grind. You will shine. You will shine. You will let him. I'm not David. I'm not letting. I'm not a preacher. I'm not testing. I'm getting money. I'm like the rest of them. Niggas just hating and I'm like, wait. Man, you know she lying. Fuck that girl. I ain't never listening to that girl. But I know I did rock her world. Rock her like a rock star. I'm a pop star. Now I talk shit just like a rock star. But I move work, they call it trap star. But I don't talk, they call it muteness. I ball, you tough. I got pistols, they go bust. Yeah, you took it, ran off. But he paid me, so you paid, dog. Just cause my cousin in the league don't mean we paid off. It mean he worked his ass off. He's his dog. We just behind him. We supporting. Don't try to rob us. Cause I'm Dennis Rodman. Say I'm crazy. I'm Illuminati. But I ain't none of that. I make profit. I'm like the rest of y'all. I'm getting dollars. Unless you try to try me. Then my whole fucking clique gon' be mobbing. Don't try me. Cause me, I don't really plead the violence. I just try to teach the knowledge. And kick it like karate. Your bitch choose me like Chidi. I be tryna stay on my own grind. I be tryna stay on my own time. I be doing me, my demise. Can't get caught up in the vine. I be tryna stay up on my grind. Cause it's all about the time. If you stay to the time, you will always stay up on your grind. You will shine. In the lab, 25, 9, GP gotta be high. 25, OG. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Predicting the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch, when I pity, I gave her my penis. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Predicting the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch, want a penny, I gave her my penis. Bitch, want a penny, I gave her a penny. And she got fucking greedy. She said, can you call up Jimmy? I said I'm Hendrix in the fucking spirit. You already know. you with all that weirdness. I be moving dope. Y'all nigga move that dope. Hey, y'all nigga move his flow. Yeah, I just move my hoes. And I got hope. And now don't you size. And I'm down to ride. If a nigga's try to slide, just know 3.1 for. Look at this pop. That's my money. Going towards the sky. Voila. Magic. Who did it? Who? Yeah. Won't give a fuck about nothing in here. But niggas turn up. We gon' turn up to them. We gon' turn up this pop this ass. Yeah. Niggas don't give a shit. They'll drop this ass. Yeah. Niggas all about the cash. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, we on your ass. For that cash, you ain't gotta eat grass. Don't do this shit again. You know what I'm talking about. The end. So, fuck niggas ain't my friends. Say it and say it again. These fuck niggas ain't my friends. The end. Leonard P. Shout out Bricks on the beat. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck the fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse, so a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her, that you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat them physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't bleed, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit. I gotta get this dough, I'm gotta get the money, gotta fuck a hoe. If she tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know. Getting money is all I fucking coach. And I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting, y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting, y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck the fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work. Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Get vaccine, get them gone. That's money going round and round. Round around. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit. I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Ayy, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. Just call me first. If not, I'll put you in a hearse. If not, I put you in the dirt. You're moving, word. If you're moving, word. If you're moving.
got 15, gang, gang. Got 1500, 1500, I got 1500, 15, I got 15, I got 15. Got 1500 in my pocket. 1500, he gon' pop it. 1500, he gon' pop it. I got 1500, just pop shit. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my Robins. I got 1500 who want it. I got 1500 what you gonna do for this motherfucking money. I got 1500 for your mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 bricks. Got 1500 bitches. Got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 chickens. 1500 in the kitchen. 1500 is the chicken. 1500 is the chicken. 1500 is the slice. 1500 is the slice. Nigga, I shoot precise. Life I live's no lie. Ain't this life I live no lie. You niggas is selling no dice. Selling no dice. Oh, I got 1500 and 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. Got 15 mummies. Got 15 dummies. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 15 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. When I was 15, nigga, I was popping. When I was 16, nigga, I was popping. When I was 17, I was making profit. When I was 18, I was making dollars. When I was 19, ain't no way. I don't wanna talk about it. No. 20 just sound perfect. It sound perfect. 21, I was in birdie. Bye. Time out. T.O. Cause this bitch, she like. She die. She cry. 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. She got no money.
How I feel about you. 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 It's your real life, fool. How I feel about you. Rest in peace, fool. From the swamp to the zoo. Be safe, play it cool. Stay down, stay true. Don't ever try to walk in the next man's shoes. And my pops told me that, and I heard what he said. I listen to him and I abide by them steps. And I keep my Smith & Wesson. Straight like that, you heard what I said? Don't try me, I ain't playing. Damn, the road's going. What is going in? I don't give a fuck though. I know what's going on for real. It's all about the spiritual being. It ain't about how you feel. You get caught up, that can lead up to death. And you don't wanna die in the early stage. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Yeah, real life. Yeah, real life. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Fuck a rainy day, I need a sunny day. I remember I was broke, that shit was yesterday. Guap called and said he had a BOA. I hopped up in the window and when we sped away. Smoking gas on our way down 85. Hit short and grinning up like real fast. Then we got back and pulled out of cash. I told my baby girl I had to get the cash. Every day I gotta hustle, every day I gotta eat. Keep me a fresh fade, that's just how I gotta be. And I'm smoking good trim. And best believe I got a good tree. It ain't Glock on me. You can never take me. Smith & Wesson throw away. Nigga, that's a closed case. That's a closed case.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're back from lunch here. Wall Street's back, been back for about 4 minutes. As you can see, that move came during lunch. They sold off, man. They brought it down here back to the lows of this morning, and it's really consolidating right back inside the channel. Just touched it just now, but it did look like it wanted to go ahead and flush away. Tesla was slipping. Then it was at like 668. We were watching it. Man, everything was going down, man. It was crazy. But it looked like it slowed up. It's starting to bounce and reverse here. Stock's making the biggest move midday. Breaking news here is Bed Bath & Beyond. You got Carnival, Upstart, and more. Still red here. Still mixed market actually. Still a kangaroo market, red and green across the board here. As you can see, the VIX is up here, though, back at $29.05, up about 2.43%. So you see the pressure on the index funds there. You see the S&P 500 is selling off. NASDAQ is selling off as well in the red. And the Russell 2000 still leading the way to the downside. And the Dow Jones is only up 10%. So the market has been pretty much like this all day. And the Dow's been turning red too. But, other than that, man, it's just really consolidating credit spread. You guys, the moves really already have been made here at this point. There's still more to come. Obviously, the market is open. So, patience is a virtue. But they're just milking time off the clock right now, consolidating still. Nothing really has changed. We are going to wrap it up here at about 2 p.m. So we're going to give you guys another hour, man. We're going to wrap it up at 2 p.m. Got some stuff got to handle, man. Times may vary. You guys understand what's going on. But we do got some breaking news here. Senators Warren and Markey roundtable on abortion rights here. This is moving the market and has a lot to do with the market right now in the economy. Just be positive and respectful. But other than that, though, yeah, we're going to wrap it up at 2 p.m. today, though. Pretty chill day. Waiting on Bullett's comments here. He's about to run across here. He's supposed to be speaking at around this time just now. So we're going to see what's going on with Bullard or whatever. They had the Wells Fargo CEO. He was live during lunch. But that's over with. Let's see here. Senator Blinking, they just went live. It looks like. With the NATO, yeah, so yeah, he's in Europe too. That's the U.S. Department, but that's over with, so we can't watch that. And there's really nothing going on, man, besides this right here, this roundtable about abortion. So we're gonna tune into that. But like I said, yeah, we gotta wrap it up at 2 p.m. today, you guys. But the market does close at 4 p.m. So you guys really got the hang of it. You know what to do. And the conversation in Discord, y'all already know what's going on. Y'all get it. Y'all understand how the market works. People got to do what they got to do. There is no crisis until someone fails. I imagine Elon's in some sort of legal trouble from running his mouth online. Then his musical chairs for all of us. Yeah. Tesla was selling off. We don't know, man, what Elon's got going on. Apparently, he hasn't tweeted in since like they say he ain't tweeted in like 5 or 6 days or something like that. It ain't normal, but who knows? His birthday was yesterday, I think, too. He just turned like 50 or something like that. I don't know, but that's what they was just saying in the chat, Discord. But yeah, man. Let's just tune into that right there. But like I said, I just wanted to let you guys know we're gonna wrap it up at 2 p.m. today. The market does close at 4 p.m. though, so we give you guys another hour. But nothing really going on, man. Nothing really going on at all. Nothing really going on at all. It's been a chill day. Quick scalp, that's about it. LCALD ain't doing too much. You feel me? It's nothing to do. It's just right here, like I said earlier, you don't want to force trades. But you don't want to force anything. You don't want to force investments or anything like that. It's about patience right now, just waiting. What do you think it would be tomorrow? That's the real question. What do you think it'll be the day after? What do you think it'll be after July 4th? That's the real question. Keep asking farther. What do you think it'll be July 11th? What do you think it'll be July? You feel me? Go farther. It's about thinking farther out here. You don't want to get caught into, oh, what it's about to do next, right now, this current moment, or by tomorrow. I mean, that is good too, though, to know by the end of the week, because it is going to be a change by the end of the week too, though. But you teach his own. It's about what you really want to know. Most people do think 2 to 3 weeks out always, though. It's probably your best bet there. It's each his own. You feel me? Whatever you can handle. You feel me? Quick scalps on the weeklies are definitely there too as well. So whatever you can handle, man. This is whatever you can get out of it. Man, yeah, this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
About funding that is critically important is that people still need the funds to be able to leave their work for the day, travel, and sometimes it's across the state, sometimes it's across the country. But those funds really do make a huge difference in people's ability to access care, even in our state, but certainly when you think about states where access is for abortion care is now zero, the funds to get people to Massachusetts, to get the care in Massachusetts is all, I think, critically important.
Sure. Talk about what a piece of legislation is cracking down on crisis pregnancy centers will look like. What do you expect?
Look, I want to get together with the experts on this who are watching it on the ground, but let me just give you a couple of ideas. One would be an upfront disclosure that makes clear that this is not an abortion provider and will counsel against any use of abortion services. If people knew that up front, then I think the number of folks who call a crisis pregnancy center and are misled drops pretty close to zero. We have, in all places in our country, a notion of truth in advertising, that deceiving people in order to provide services, in order to provide products, is wrong and outlawed in most contexts. And the idea that centers have grown up to prey on people who are pregnant and vulnerable and seeking help is fundamentally wrong. We should stop it nationwide. Senator Menendez and I introduced a bill last week in Washington, but we can move on it now, right here in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is the leader, and we want to be a place not just that is welcoming, but that is safe for people who are seeking abortion services to come here and to know that they're not going to be tricked when they reach out to the wrong kind of provider.
You do one more question.
Sure.
What would you want to see the Biden administration do, and why do you think the administration hasn't taken those steps yet?
So the Biden administration has already begun to move in powerful ways, and I applaud them for that. The president has spoken directly about the importance of expanding access to medication abortion, which now constitutes more than half of all abortions, and has the potential to provide services to a lot of people who need it all across the country. In addition, his strong statements and the statements of the Attorney General to protect people who are traveling for abortion services are very important. There are other pieces that may take a little longer to get into place. I very much hope that the administration will consider the role of the federal government as employer and ensure that every federal employee who needs time off or needs help for money to be able to travel to a state where the medical services that that person needs are readily available. That's something that the federal government could move forward on. It takes a little more time to get the pieces in place, but I'm very glad to see the president step out in this direction. Again, though, I have to underscore, the president does not have the power by himself to do what needs to be done to make Roe the law of the land. That is up to Congress. Congress can do this if we can get 2 more Democratic senators who will get rid of the filibuster and make Roe the law of the land.
Thank you, everybody. Can I just give a reaction to yesterday's January 6th testimony?
Oh my God.
Do you think that was a game changer?
Do you want to go first on this, Ed? It'll take me a minute to recover. I just...
First of all, what we heard yesterday was evidence, which is a blistering, scalding indictment of Donald Trump and his presidential staff that were conspiring to overturn a decision made by the American people. We saw a White House that is absolutely unworthy of having had that power. Donald Trump, because of yesterday's testimony, is going to stand forever in disrepute. It is very clear, compellingly clear, that Donald Trump was, in fact, inciting an armed revolution against the constitutionally selected new president of the United States. He was doing so with full knowledge that his supporters were armed and were heading towards the Capitol with those weapons, and that he knew and did nothing to stop that insurrection. So what Donald Trump did, what his aides did, is criminal, and whatever it takes in order to ensure full accountability for his actions and for his staff's actions should be taken. I think this is going to lead to a cascade of additional evidence which will be presented by others that will further corroborate this unconstitutional, illegal activity that Donald Trump was engaging in on January 6th, and that his co-conspirators have to be held accountable, as well as Donald Trump himself.
Anyone who doubts Donald Trump's personal involvement in the insurrection of January 6th is just fooling themselves. Yesterday's testimony from yet another Republican who supported Donald Trump and who made clear that when it came down to it, Donald Trump cared nothing about the Constitution, cared nothing about this nation. He cared only for himself. He was willing and knowingly engaged in activities against the United States. We need to call this out for the treasonous behavior that it is. No one wants to believe that anyone who is elected President of the United States would urge an armed insurrection against our nation. But yesterday's testimony was firsthand evidence that that is exactly what Donald Trump did. He should be held accountable.
Great, thank you, everyone. Senators and coalition folks,
We're going to do, okay.
Thank you all.
You're watching live now from Fox there as it was a roundtable on abortion rights and ended up speaking on yesterday's January 6th committee hearing. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We will take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll take you out to New York City, getting an update on a major drug bust in the making there, as the DEA is talking all about it and has the evidence to back it all up. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set though, and I don't want no set so, but my bro want that toe, so come and drop that nigga. Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set up, and I don't want no set so, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga.
Trap booming, like PCS. In the P, get the packs the best. Ayy, in the P, man, lit the West. Ayy, nah, that shit coming from the coast, but you already know I'm on it, though. What you wanna smoke? Come get the smoke, nigga, get smoke. What the fuck you want, nigga? Talking all that bullshit, though. Ayy, we at your back door, nigga, we at your front door, nigga, we on the roof, ho. Yeah, we fucked your hoe, and she taught me some more. I said, damn, this shit gotta go. Cause that shit was too sloppy. That shit, man, she sucked me out my body. That shit, hey, I hit it. She told me to lick it. I said, whoa, bitch, you trippin'? Bitch, you ain't get no gifts.
Trap booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set though, and I don't want no set so, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga. Trap booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set up, and I don't want no set so, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga.
I'ma stack it with my bitch, yeah. I'ma stack this fucking money with her. You niggas go niggas, you gotta pinpoint me straight with her. I'ma stack it with my bitch, yeah. She packing too. And you get back the food. If you acting rude. I'm sipping and I'm drowning. That thing, they just frowning. Cause they ain't eating no motherfucking brown. No penny, no coin. I'm getting away. You better listen, you better learn. And this is an open hand. Come on, tell your friends. Hey, I'm stacking it with my bitch, yeah. I gotta stack it with my bitch, yeah. They some bitches still sneak this, eh? But I ain't never trippin', cause that booty handle all of my business. That Draco handle all of my situations. That AR will get you, baby. I'm stacking it, still stacking it, and we flipping Lucy. Stacking with my bitch, I got a stacking with her. She got the package with me. She told me plug, I'm really. I'm realist. And I realist. For real. You said, okay. It's a, so this is a kid. Kiss it. You kiss it. All the cheese. These niggas rats. Mickey D's. And I ain't been Swiss cheese. Bitch, please, bitch, please. You tryna make me. And I run up kick things. That's some kick to you. My fish in your face, you flipped it. I'm staying with my bitch. Just for that shit. Make me body. Make her tell you. I'm up here. She gonna do it. I'm staying with my bitch, yeah. I'm staying with her.
In certain handguns. In the living room, agents and officers found a red cooler containing approximately 26 kilos of alleged cocaine and a duffel bag containing cylindrical packages wrapped in plastic that are believed to be crystal methamphetamine. On the kitchen counter were 2 kilograms of cocaine that had been opened up as if being prepared for packaging. Drug paraphernalia was found throughout the apartment, including a kilo press, used for wholesale packaging and other packaging materials such as scales and sifters. A total of 110 kilograms of heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine were recovered, along with 50 pounds of what is believed to be crystal methamphetamine, and up to 75,000 counterfeit pills believed to contain fentanyl. Kilogram packages were labeled with various names such as Toyota and Audi, and an image of the Dockers logo. The drugs will be submitted to the DEA laboratory for analysis. The apartment appeared to house a wholesale supply of lethal, illegal drugs capable of providing lower-level narcotics distributors with a huge volume of drugs to distribute throughout the city, throughout the region, and throughout the country. And to the ability to mix these drugs into very dangerous mixes for their customers. Other evidence seized included a drug ledger with Moto Plasencia's name and multiple dollar amounts, along with evidence of multiple aliases. Agents and officers found many forms of identification bearing his photo and different names, including a driver's license from the Dominican Republic. He was the sole occupant of the apartment. A criminal court complaint was filed by my office in connection with the investigation and charges him with operating as a major trafficker, criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 1st degree, and criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 3rd degree. He was arraigned in Manhattan Criminal Court last night, where a judge ordered him held remanded without bail. This case exemplifies the work of my office in collaboration with the DEA New York Division, the city's 5 district attorneys, the New York Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Strike Force, the NYPD, HSI, the New York State Police, and all of our other partners to intercept narcotics at the highest levels of the supply chain before they ever hit the streets and before they fuel our escalating crisis of overdose deaths. Thank you very much, and at this time, I'm going to turn the podium back to the SEC of the DEA here in the New York office.
Thank you, Bridget. It is absolutely clear from this investigation and with this seizure that these predatory criminal drug trafficking networks are now in the business of poly-drug trafficking. Rarely do we see today the drug trafficking organizations involved in wholesale distribution of just one drug, of just cocaine, of just methamphetamine. of just heroin. Today's drug trafficking organizations are involved in a variety of distribution of illicit drugs, to include fentanyl, the most dangerous and addicting synthetic opioid, responsible for causing 78% of the overdose deaths in New York City. How do we know this? We know this because of the data that we collect and the data that we analyze. We know this because of the fake pills that we seize and that are analyzed in our laboratories across the United States. These fake pills that contain 2 milligrams of fentanyl. Based on today's seizure, this is 30,000 pills that are lethal. That's 30,000 lives saved. 2 milligrams of fentanyl is the amount that can fit on the tip of a pencil. It's the approximate amount, if you poured it out of a salt shaker, that would equal between 10 and 20 grains of salt. Americans are dying at unprecedented rates in the United States. Last year, in a 12-month period, nearly 108,000 Americans died of overdose deaths and/or poisonings. That's one person dying every 5 minutes of an overdose. That's 294 people every single day dying of an overdose or a poisoning. That's the equivalent of a 737 jetliner crashing every single day in the United States. If a jet crashed every day, what would you say? What would the public demand? They would demand action. And that's exactly what the DEA is here to do with our partners. Moto Placencia was a significant wholesale distributor who was supplying street-level narcotics dealers in New York City. Because of the great work of our DEA New York Strike Force, we were successful in removing approximately $24 million worth of dangerous drugs, poison, on our city streets. This is a significant blow to the drug traffickers and the drug trafficking organizations who operate in New York City, especially before a holiday weekend. I would like to leave our audience, those who are watching and listening today, with 3 messages. To our hardworking New Yorkers, the DEA and our law enforcement partners, many of which are standing beside me here today, are doing absolutely everything that we can to keep our communities and our people healthier and safer. To those that use illicit drugs, I say this: it is not okay to use. It is not empowering. It is not safe. Many of the drugs that we seize today contain fentanyl, and these drugs are laced and lethal. And to the drug trafficking organizations and drug traffickers, I say this: the DEA is committed. In fact, we're doubling down on our relentless pursuit to hold those accountable who are causing the most harm in our communities. And we will hold you accountable. Thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it over to the Bronx Investigative Chief, Wanda Perez Maldonado. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This major multi-drug seizure illustrates some of the challenges being faced in the Bronx County, with drug traffickers flooding our streets with deadly and highly addictive drugs, devastating our families and communities. The large amounts and different types of legal drugs found here is particularly troubling because of how many lives could have been negatively impacted by these drugs.
We are listening into this press conference of a huge drug bust in the Bronx. We're going to continue listening in as officials are talking about the importance of cracking down on drugs like this. Right here for you on Live Now from Fox after some viewers go out to a 2-minute break.
Deadly drugs in order to keep our communities safe. Bronx District Attorney Darcel D. Clark thanks Special Narcotics Prosecutor Bridget Brennan and her office for their partnership. DA Clark also thanks Frank Tarantino, Special Agent in charge of the DEA, as well as HSI New York office, the New York City Police Department, and the New York State Police. Thank you. Next is Pete Geisers.
Good afternoon. I'm Acting Deputy Special Agent in charge with Homeland Security Investigations, Pete Geisers.
Today, I'm proud to be standing here with our partners to highlight the extraordinary interagency cooperation of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Strike Force. Monday's enforcement operation is an example of what law enforcement can accomplish when pulling personnel and resources together towards the common goal of eradicating the illegal narcotics that are devastating our communities. As New York City continues to see a record number of drug-related overdoses, with the majority of those being related to fentanyl, any amount of these deadly drugs taken off the streets save lives. HSI is committed to continually work hand in hand with our state, local, and federal partners to put a stop to these drug trafficking actions in our communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Wilson with the New York City Police Department. I join our law enforcement partners today in recognizing and thanking all of the members of Group Z21 of the Strike Force for their tireless efforts throughout this case. I'd like to recognize Detective Zafiro, Salvetti, and all the other agents that are part of that team. Each and every day, the mission is to disrupt and dismantle these criminal drug trafficking organizations. And if you look at these seizures today, that is certainly reflective of that mission. I also want to thank many of our leaders that are here today for providing us with the constant resources and the tools that we need to do our job every day. So thank you to Special Agent in Charge Frank Tarantino. Thank you to Assistant Chief Chris McCormick, who couldn't be here today. Thank you to Associate SAC Chris Roberts of the Strike Force, Captain Tom Frazier of the NYPD, and again, all of our partners, of course, in the Special Narcotics Prosecutor's Office. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the speakers for today. I would like to take this opportunity to open it up for questions. If anybody has any questions, yes.
Aside from the surveillance you did to get these drugs, was the motive of Placencia known to law enforcement?
I'm going to ask Prosecutor Brennan if she wants to share some of that.
There's really not much to say about that. There's really not much information to share on that. The investigation, the recovery was really based on surveillance and additional information that we had at the time, but we'll be looking much more closely at him and reviewing all the information that we collected at the time, all the evidence that we have to really dig deeper into who he is.
And at the time of the raid, was he the only person in the apartment?
He was the only one in the apartment at the time.
Can
Thank
you tell
you.
us where the drugs were coming from? Or?
Yeah. So let me just say that a lot of the work that DEA does is data-driven and intelligence-led. So when we are looking at a particular violator or an organization, we have good reason based on our intelligence and the data that we collect and the other investigations throughout the country. And they help us sort of connect the dots to figure out where we can have the most impact. And when we look at these drugs here today, we have methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine all coming from different parts of the world. We're predominantly seeing the methamphetamine coming from Mexico, and many of the fake pills that you see here today are coming from Mexico. Yes?
Operation like this is going to involve more than one person, maybe one arrest. Can you speak to what's going to happen going forward? More arrests,
Yeah, I mean, DEA and our partners look at developing our investigations as broadly and as with expanding the mindset of expanding them as large and expansive as possible. So we will look at some of the information intelligence that we glean from this search warrant and layer that on top of some of the other information that we already knew, and we'll start to develop an idea of where we want to go next. But you're absolutely right. This is, as I said earlier, a relentless pursuit, and we will continue to target those trafficking this poison on our city streets. So we'll look to bring this to the next level and continue to target the Mexican cartels and the other criminal organizations that are pouring this poison into our country.
How long had that location been used for this purpose?
So unfortunately, I think that might be something that we would want to keep close to the vest in terms of how the investigation is progressing. There's some information obviously that we would like to utilize to further our investigation. And so we're going to have to defer to a later time on that particular question.
Were people actually buying stuff at the apartment?
No, this was not that kind of operation. This was what we would consider to be a potential stash location where drugs would then be farmed out to the street level retailers, and this was just a holding area for these drugs.
I assume that these are some of the gentlemen that went into the stash house. Can you talk about the challenges that they face going in and doing an operation like this, especially when there's $24 million worth of drugs inside?
Yeah. So we have, I think, a great team of cross-functional investigators from the various agencies that you heard from today. A lot of times these kinds of investigations take long hours and days. So ordinarily there's some long surveillances and some complicated situations that come up throughout an investigation. Obviously, there's some risk involved in this. We have violators that have a propensity for violence. We say with drugs and guns, they're inextricably linked. So the challenges that they face are simply how to get into the location in a safe and secure way with legal authority, and that's what Prosecutor Brennan and the Special Narcotics Court allows us to do. And then there's the challenges of collecting this evidence in a responsible and also safe manner. A lot of these drugs are lethal, as I mentioned earlier, and so handling those drugs can become a challenge. And then just the idea of making sure that they do a proper search that is utilized for the prosecution down the road is really important too. How we collect our evidence and then in the manner in which we will use that evidence to go forward.
Can you say how long the apartment was under surveillance for?
I can't say that. I'm sorry. Unless
I can't say anything. There's only one thing that I'd like to add, because I don't often get a chance to personally commend you for the work that you do, which is extraordinary. They have to be very, very meticulous, as we described. When they were going through the apartment, there were drugs in every room except the bathroom, and they were also in containers and in enclosed places. And to do that methodically, and so that we can create the record and follow through on it is really quite a feat. And to do it while protecting yourselves and maintaining your own safety is critically important too. So I want to thank you for that. I don't get a chance to do that publicly, so thank you.
Were there any weapons found in the apartment as well?
Just the ammunition.
Yeah, just the ammunition. As Prosecutor Brennan said, a lot of these drugs are very dangerous. When we talk about fentanyl and the kilos of fentanyl, there's approximately in 1 kilo of fentanyl 500,000 lethal doses. So when we talk about saving lives, we talk about keeping our communities and our people safe. I showed you that there's approximately 30,000 lethal pills. 4 out of 10 of those pills that we test every day in our laboratories are potentially lethal. So 4 out of the 10 pills that we seized, which is approximately 30,000 pills, that's lethal. And then we add the kilos of fentanyl, and if they're high purity levels, we're talking about 500,000 lethal doses per kilo. So you're talking millions of potential lethal doses of fentanyl right here that these investigators have courageously kept off the city streets of New York.
Okay, one more question. So going into this apartment, did you know that there was 24 million worth of drugs in there, or was this a surprise to even you?
These great investigators and this amazing team of investigators and prosecutors know a lot of time who they're targeting, and our objective in the DEA is to target the highest level violator, the most significant drug traffickers and drug trafficking organizations, and this was a significant drug trafficking organization. So although they didn't know it was going to be $24 million worth of drugs, they knew that it was going to be significant.
Will there be any pictures released of the scene?
There'll be some photos that we'll send out with the press release.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very
Thank you.
much for coming.
coming today.
Correct. Excellent. Thank you.
And there's some video there of just some of those drugs that were seized again in that apartment in the Bronx. Again, it was over $24 million worth of illicit drugs. They had over 250 pounds of heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, crystal meth, and fake pills that were seized from the stash inside of this apartment. Live now from Fox, always on top of the latest press conferences coming to you from across the country.
Damn. No, his people's tight right now. Yeah. Man. That's crazy. New York jumping. That's wild right there, man. But, man, we got 15 minutes left here today. We're going to end the live stream. So, most of y'all been asking, man, what happened to the word of the day? So, let's go ahead and get into it, man. We do that and then we just going to close it. Today is definitely not over. The market closed at 4 p.m. LCOD, we just got some business. Some times are varying right now. Due to time constraints, we got to close it up at 2 p.m. today. And then, you feel me? Y'all got it. Y'all good from here. Y'all should know. You see, it's still in consolidation mode. It's actually going up here right now currently, but be very cautious right now. Be cautious. That's it. Same as you been. The word of the day is distribute. I was just reading it here first before I was going to call it out. Distribute. Wow, that's crazy. But that's the LCOD word of the day, man. Distribute. To divide among several or many. To spread out. Scatter. Also, deliver. Classify. That would be distribution. Man. So you can distribute. It can be distributed. You can be distributing. It could be distribution. You get what I'm saying? But distribute is the word of the day. To divide among several or many. To spread out. Scatter. Also deliver or classify. I can relate that to the market. I can relate that to reality. As you can see, somebody was just trying to distribute here in reality. Man, 24 million? Do you not know you can bring that to the stock market and fucking make? Oh my God, that just pissed me off. I don't even relate it to the market, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even want to relate it to reality because that was just, this is a prime example of what I'm saying. Not being taught, being lied to. That's why that stuff happens, you guys. You know? And you feel me? Like, I ain't teach his own. I ain't knocking nobody hustle. I don't get involved in people's shit. They ain't got nothing to do with me. But you see, it's live worldwide news now. 24 million down the drain. Because you ain't moving swift. Or somebody ratting. The distribution ain't hitting. Ain't nobody got no money. It's fake. Come on, man. What are you distributing out here in reality? But distribute towards the market, you guys, is just, hey, LCAOD. We like to divide among several. We got clients, we divide. We sometimes, we help each other out when there's time. Everybody's spread out, it gets scattered in the market. It can get scattered. You feel me? You just want to scatter your profits. You don't want to really see. That's people's problems. They don't know how to distribute. That's what it is. They're not distributing right. They're not scattering their profits around the market. You want to scatter your money, you guys. You don't want to be wholesaling. Look, you see what happens. You see what happens. Gets white. Now it's all gone. What you gonna do? And you owe now. You get what I'm saying here? So, you want to distribute. You want to divide among several. You want to spread out your money, ladies and gentlemen. You want to scatter your profits here. You know what I'm saying? It's good for you. It's healthy. You want to put money away and then 2 weeks later be like, oh, I forgot I put it there. Same thing for the market. You want to invest and buy some contracts on some farther dates and just forgot you brought them. Forget you brought them. It's called distribute, you guys. You got to distribute sometimes. You got to distribute sometimes. Really all the time you want to distribute, you guys. There's nothing wrong with it. Some of y'all want it overnight. That's your problem. That's why you fail. Some of y'all want it to be handed out to you. That's your problem. That's why you fail. Some of y'all just can't listen. That's your problem. That's why you fail. You need to be willing to understand things ain't gonna always go your way. You know, you gotta put out to get in. You know, you gotta distribute. You gotta go plant a seed here, then go plant a seed there, then go plant a seed there. Now I'm not talking, anything as far as, I'm talking about money here. We're talking about the market. Let's stay on track. We're talking about investing. You get what I'm saying? But it's just what you gotta do sometimes. And always be willing to listen to someone that it shows you nothing but love. No matter how harsh it may seem or how harsh it may come off, get your ego out of it. Get your feelings out of it. See the bigger picture. Hear the bigger picture. Some of y'all got your heads up too far up your ass. You can't even see the bigger picture right now. Even if you wanted to, if you knew the bigger picture right now, you still wouldn't even see it. You would say, no way. I can't handle it. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. You're not being disputive. You're not disputing nothing into the universe. So what do you expect to even come back to you? You know? You got to spread out sometimes. You do. It's right. I got a phone call right now. Homie hit me. But, man. Distribute, you guys. That's the main thing here. I'm done. I'm done. Because now it sound like I'm your father now. I don't want to even. Just do your own research, man. That's the word of the day. Distribute. To divide among several or many. To spread out, scatter, also deliver, classify. It could also be used as disputed, disputing, disputation. However you want to put it. However you want to put it. But that's what it is. That's what it is. You know? No, ain't take no, man. Some patience, man. Nobody taking that. These false narratives. Yeah, if anything, you talking about taking a charge. You about 20, 30 minutes late. They about to get up out of there. That's what the chart's indicating it's been doing all day anyway. Don't be funny. I'm sending a laughing emoji. It's a timely market here. But, man, we're about to wrap it up, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream today. Short day today. We're going to wrap it up 2 hours early, but y'all should be able to handle it, man, on your phone. Wherever you're going, man. That's the beauty of investing nowadays. You can do this wherever, whenever. Just monitor the charts and numbers. Look at the overall the overall sectors here. The U.S. components, the NASDAQ, S&P 500, the Dow Jones. Excuse me. Look at the index funds. Look at it all. The VIX, what's today? Wednesday, nothing. No more economic data. It looks like they're not going to be telling us what Bullard said. They'll probably say something later on after the market close. Who knows? Dang, everybody high. I didn't know it was that high. In a time like this, that's strange. Oh man, but yeah, man, stocks on the move today, man. Who is leading to the downside? Looks like Google's down 17. Still mixed up here. Still overall kangaroo, but red more than likely. More kangaroo bearish type market. Nvidia's down 5. Tesla's down 20. That looks like your leader to the downside. Let's check with Booking. No, Booking holding is your leader to the downside today. Excuse me, Tesla is number 2, but Booking is number 1. They're down $37.50. It's getting ugly over there. Booking holding. They see traveling is getting canceled. I've been seeing people been booking trips and flights and all this type of stuff during the summer and getting it canceled. And they like, dang, what happened? But yeah, man. The word on the street of California talking about inflation relief checks. We'll see if that starts to become a worldwide thing. But you heard it here first. It's already starting in California, possibly. Really, man, check out you guys check out the all the websites, man. Just check it out. Pull it up here, man. Y'all be sure to add me on Facebook at Devin Parks. Follow me on Instagram, Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, or add me on Snapchat at BooBooDP, or you could follow me on Twitter at Let Cash. Or you guys have personal consultation, or you got a personal question you want to ask, email me, Gmail me at letcashaccumulate@gmail.com. So you guys be sure to reach out here. But we about to wrap it up here, man. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream today for real. We got to catch that Powell situation this morning. So some of you guys, y'all can go back and replay that, skip through whatever, catch the recap. But man, I hope y'all stay profitable, man. Learn something, earn something. Each one teach one out here, man. You guys be safe, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will be live. We'll try to go live tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Thursday? Yes. Pretty important day. We might go live tomorrow around the same time from about 9 to 2. Yeah, we might try to do we might try to go live from about 9 to 3 tomorrow. Maybe even if we don't go live tomorrow, maybe Friday. But yeah, man. You guys, like I said, just any questions, you trying to contact the owner, man, add on Facebook at Devin Parks, or follow on Instagram at Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, or add on Snapchat at BooBooDP, or follow on Twitter at Let Cash, or email letcashaccumulate@gmail.com. So you got any consultation you want to anything you want to talk about, free, hit me up. You want to get signed up, there you go right there. Screenshot that, whatever you need to do. But that's how you contact LCAOD. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been real here. We're about to wrap it up. The market is, right now, still kangaroo-ish. So we'll definitely see how it ends up closing by the end of the day. And, and right now it is looking back bullish, like it's about to flip green here. Haven't seen this all day. But the RSI has been oversold here. We've been watching that. That's this blue line down here. The MACD is starting to come in a little green here. Yeah, some names are starting to reverse here. But other than that, just be cautious though. Just be very cautious because it can still go either way. It's basically still in the same range they've been all day, just consolidating, going right through it. But as right now, direction is going up here. It could be topping out because that's pretty much where they topped out all day from where they're at right now. So just be cautious if it breaks through, or, if it's about to just stop here and start to turn around and go the other way. They're giving you a discount if that is. They're giving you an opportunity if that is. They're making you decide right now. They're moving them needle. They're getting the needle jumping. You feel me? But it's a credit spread action. Consolidation, we know what it is here, LCLD. We gonna chill on it. But, man, we're about to wrap it up, man. Like I said, I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream today. We might go live tomorrow. Times may vary. We might go live Friday. Times may vary, man. It's summertime, man. We outside in the wind, the heat. You know what I'm saying? We learning and earning. We got motion in and out the market. You feel me? That's what it's about. You want to make deposits and you know what I'm saying, outside the market right now. You want to find capital outside the market right now, because when the time comes, boom, you already ready. You ain't even got to get ready, because you was getting ready the whole time. You had motion in the market, you still doing it, and now you got motion out the market, bringing it into the market. You see what I'm saying? Legally though. So, you know, invest in lasting income, man, like they're saying right here, man. But yeah, man, this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream today. Like I said, I hope y'all have a good rest of your afternoon and evening. And we're going to wrap it up right here, man. It is 2 p.m. But yeah, I hope y'all catch the recap. If you could, like and subscribe, hit the share button. And I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. If not, if I don't see you guys tomorrow, you know, definitely by next week, you're going to see us after the holiday. But I'm going to definitely try to get back with y'all tomorrow. We're going to see how the schedule is looking, man. But y'all enjoy your evening here and be cautious. The market does close at 4 p.m. We're just shutting it down right now. But see y'all later, man. Don't forget to let cash accumulate over days.